Hey, happy Wednesday, guys. July 12th, 2023. Here we are, back again. It's great to be back with you guys. Today, we're doing some reviewing, folks, talking about Officer Tollison and more. It is great to be back with you guys. You guys are wonderful people, and I love you all. Let's get this show on the road, as we say. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Hope you're all having a great day today. I hope you had a great night last night, guys. At least one of us should have. Good to be back here with you guys today. I appreciate you guys so very much. More than you know. Sorry, guys. Okay, let's make this work. Good Lord. It's not that serious. All right, there we go. Anyway, it is great to be back with you guys today, as always. And again, you all have proved how wonderful you all are, as I knew, never had an issue with it, but you are all a very, 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 very beautiful people. Thank you all for being here with me today. So, again, like I said, guys, we are going to be doing some reviewing today over some interesting things, once again, pertaining to the University of Idaho case. And some stuff I thought was interesting, I should say. We're going to be doing that and more. I don't like this camera angle at all. I don't understand what happened. Somebody messed with my camera. Let's see. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to make it work here. I will get it right. I do promise. Just bear with me. All right, that's a little bit better. I guess it looks okay. I hope it looks okay. I don't like it. What is going on? One second, folks. My apologies. There we go. That's better. Good Lord. Anyway, let's see who decided to grace us with their beautiful presence today. Looks like Steven's in the house. Good to see you, Danger Zone. Welcome back. Good to have you here, Michelle Mack. Thank you for joining us. Mrs. M, always happy to see you, darling. Thank you for checking on me last night. Pixie T, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Miss Brandy, the OG, good to have you here, dear. Always happy to see you. Miss Zelda, welcome back. Canadian True Crime Buff, good to see you. Joe, welcome back. Good to see you. Devil Doll, welcome back. Good to have you here. Lance, the Wolf Nation, my brother, good to have you here, buddy. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Karma Police are in the house, guys. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Anina B, good to see you. Caramel Lucifer, interesting name. Good to have you here. Tracy, good to see you. Cammy Q, thank you for joining us again today. Bonnie Messick, welcome back. Good to see you. Canadian True Crime Buff, good to see you. I think I might have spoke to you already. Max G, good to see you as well. Sherry K, welcome back. Say please, great to see you. JoJo's in the house. Good to have you here. B. Oakley, welcome back. Sarah D. Irish, good to see you. Kimberly, welcome back. Let's see. Vincent Cook, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Miss Crystal, welcome. Good to have you here. T2014, always happy to see you. Welcome back. Good to see you. Not a whole lot, buddy. Or ma'am, sorry about that. MK, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Deb Tutro, good to have you back. Strutter614, great to see you. Let's see. Tattletale's in the house. Good to have you here. Mountain Mama, welcome back. Eve Lucky, great seeing you again. No change. There she is. Good to have you here, dear. Thanks for joining us. Good to have you here. Tammy Hammond, great seeing you back. Thanks for joining us today. Marina Girl, welcome back. Good to see you. All right. Jesse Schul, good to have you back, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Carol M, good to see you. Jennifer Gilly, welcome back. Tammy Hammond. Katie's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Katie. Come on down. Kimmy Q. 57 Vicky. Great seeing you. MK. Let's see here. Amy D. Great seeing you back. Katie, Marina Girl, Angie H, Crystal, good seeing you guys, all of you guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. 182 amazing people in here, guys. Let's hit that like button. Leave a little DNA on the way in the door if you would. We got 61 likes, 182 amazing people. Let's make it match, folks. Please, if you will. Let's get us out into that algorithm so everybody can come on in here and hang out with us. Shattered Dimensions, my brother. Good to see you. Dorian Costante, welcome back. Great to have you here. Marley Kate, great seeing you, my dear. Thank you so much for joining us. Sherry K. Katrina Miller, good to see you. All right, we're almost there. Don't dive. The Raging Cajuns in the house. Great seeing you here. Thanks for joining us today, dear. Miss Bonnie Bailey. Always happy to have you. Bonnie Messick. I think that's it. Be kind. Absolutely. Good to see you. Margaret Hofer, welcome back, my dear. Good to see you. Let's see. Lisa and Cannoli. I love the name. It's great to see you guys. R3M3, good to see you. All right. Susan Gardner, great having you here. Thanks for joining us again. Vix Logic, happy to see you back. Thank you for joining us. Miss Sherry's in the house. Wisdom Speaks. Good to have you, Miss Sherry. Pappy Man, my brother, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Lynn69, there you are. Doozie's in the house. What's up, Red? Good seeing you, bro. Danger Zone, how are you, my friend? Good to see you. JB, welcome back, dear. Audrey Cakes, great seeing you. Sunshine, we need a little more of you around here today, that's for sure. And I think Rhea Baldick, good to see you back. Thanks for joining us. I think that's it. If I missed you, you know I didn't mean to. And I will try to catch you up down later on. Tina B, welcome back. Good to see you. Doozy, welcome again. Miss Ann, good seeing you. Thanks for joining us. Say please. I will. Kaleida Hope. Interesting name. Good to see you. I love it. Mr. Jameson's in the house. Good to see you. Come on in, everybody. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. And you know the rest. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. There she is. Good to see you. Thank you so very much for joining us, dear. That's all good, hon. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you so very much. As always, I hope Miss Molly, for those of you that did not know, yesterday was Molly's birthday. I hope she had a wonderful day. And thank you all that wished her a happy birthday. I appreciate that, as does she, I'm sure. Bad Wolf, welcome back. Good to see you. Come on down, guys. Sweet Melissa, great to see you. Thanks for jumping back in. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I hope it's good for you because it's good for me to be here with you all. Party of Fives in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us today. Come on in, everybody. Find a place to sit because we're going to be here for a minute. So excited to hang out with you guys today. I do want to say, as you're all rolling in the door, D. Smith, what's going on? The first thing I want to say is for all of you, a lot of you guys didn't know about it, or you probably would have been there as well, that jumped on to my very late night stream last night. Daisy Dead, it's been a minute. Good to see you, sweetie. Thanks for joining us. Irish Wieldstone, Raider Live. Good to have you here. Norman Cook, welcome back. Good to see you. Did I miss some? Keith A, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for joining us. V. Louise, thanks for joining us again. Kelly Mack, good to have you here. We got some new faces. Welcome to the family, guys. Good to have you here. Tons of meatballs in the house. New meatballs. Freckles, good to see you. All these awesome meatballs floating around the sauce today. Thank you for joining me there, guys. We're going to spill a little sauce today as well. That's all right. We'll clean it up because that's what we do. Crazy P, what's going on? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. But again, as I was saying, guys, for all of you that joined me in my late night live stream last night, thank you for your support, all of you. I appreciate you so very much. I love you all for that. And that shows me, it showed me a lot from you guys. You know, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to be there. Never Fear Treats, welcome. Carrie Pajula, welcome back. D Smalls, great seeing you. But again, even if you weren't there, you know, it's okay, guys. It was late. It was 11 something last night here. So I didn't expect a whole lot of people to be there, but I had to do what I had to do at that point. I was not going to wait for today. For those of you that don't know, Jules Merck, welcome back. It's been a while. Good to see you. For those of you that don't know why I did that, somebody else, another creator, had put a video up of me stating something that was completely misconstrued, taken out of context, and it really was just a pile of horse shit. Sorry for the term, but it was. Yesterday during my stream, somebody came in, Rory came in and made a comment, and I didn't know what he was talking about. I hadn't had a chance to see it. Oh, there you are. Miss Leslie's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Love you as well. And so one second. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I had a little interference here. So somebody came in yesterday and said it was a shame about a certain creator that had done something, supposedly. I didn't send Noma, what's up, what's going on? 100% on the horse manure. That is right. I didn't know really what was going on. I was in the middle of what I was talking about on my show. And somebody made a comment and said that this specific person had a domestic issue in their past. I didn't know any more than that, and I wasn't, really kind of worried about it because I was in the middle of what I was doing. I didn't really get a chance to know anything. Laughingstock and Pixie, good to see you. It's all right, no worries. So I made a statement, and I said because of it, because I didn't know what it was. I didn't know the severity of it. I didn't know how the issue. You know what I mean? And I said that one thing I do believe is that people have their pasts, but people can change. Okay, and that was pretty much it. So I didn't know what I was talking about at that point. Typically Unique, good to see you. or I would have elaborated a little bit more. If I'd have known the details of it, I would have completely had a different response to that. Okay. Um, I do not, nor will I ever, nor have I ever condoned any type of domestic violence towards women, children, any of that. I just don't agree with it. I never have. Noni McPoppins, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. I grew up listening to, at the age of 5 years old, as I explained last night. It's not something I really like to put out there, but I need to because it explains my stance on these things. As a 5-year-old child, I would go to bed every single night listening to a man beat my mother to death every single night. Okay. And I would listen to my mother beg this person to not do this. And I would hear her bouncing off the floors and the walls, screaming incessantly. It leaves scars, guys. It leaves mental scars and it leaves emotional scars. Okay. As I grew up, I never could handle that type of thing. I guess maybe it could have given me a small version of PTSD because it does trigger things on and in my mind, and it takes me back. You remember things. I don't believe in the word hate. I've not. I don't say it. Okay. There's one person on this planet that I have a form of hatred for, and that is that person that did that to my mother. For a full year or more, I listened to that. Okay. And then she got away. Thank the Lord. And then she married who I consider to be my father now. My biological father died when I was 9, who didn't have anything to do with me to begin with. So, welcome, Jennifer. Good to see you. So, not only was my mother a single mother, and then she had this monster that she married for a very short period of time who became my sister's father, and he abused her. He tried to abuse me as well. My mother did not allow it. And she got away and she married who I call my father now. The most amazing man I've ever met in my life. He's been with her for 40 some years now. And welcome, Renee. So, that is how I feel about those types of things. It's not my business what other people do in their life, but it is wrong. It's wrong. And I don't have any respect for anybody that does that, past, present, or future. And I will not have any respect for anybody that does that. There's other ways to handle things, regardless of what the situation is. And my 3 rules to this channel before it got in bigger, when I would state it: Norman Cook, good to see you. Mr. Whistle, thanks for joining us. The first rule was to always respect each other in here. Do not ever disrespect a woman in here, ever. Mojo, great seeing you. And the third rule was to refer back to the first rule. Now, I've had issue with this person to begin with. I had that person here on my panel. It was kind of a surprise that day. I didn't expect it, and I didn't expect the way it went that day to go. But like I said, from what I understood, that person had just a bit too much to drink, and started disrespecting 2 ladies in here, which they both could handle themselves. That was no issue, but it still bothered me. And I apologized for that in the stream the next day. And I have extreme respect for both of these ladies, and I am still, again, sorry that ever happened. And it was not something I expected. That person would obviously never be back on my panel. They said that themselves, nor would I want to do that either, because of the people that it offended. And I would never put that in. You guys deserve the absolute best of everything, in my opinion. Tanya Bond, good to see you. So the reasoning behind, I don't understand why this other creator put this video out. I've never talked with her about her, paid any attention to her, but she just decided to put something out to try to damage me, to try to hurt me somehow. And I'm not that person. She had that issue completely backwards from the way I really am, based on the fact that I was not educated on the situation until after the fact, when in turn I went with a couple of my moderators and watched this video, and I couldn't even watch the video. I watched the beginning of it and I was done. It made me sick to my stomach. As I talking about it makes me sick to my stomach. Okay. I do not support nor will I ever, as I said, any type of violence towards women or children. This is part of why I'm out here. So again, that person has to deal with that on their own. That's their issue, and I will have no support for that or any kind of attachment to that person whatsoever. Not to mention, another creator that I have a very high respect for, Mr. Harsh, um, also had an encounter with this person that I am absolutely appalled at. And it just tells me, some people just have things they have to deal with. So, I know I had nothing to do with that, but out of the respect that I have for Harsh, I did want to put an apology out towards him that he had to go through that. I feel bad, and that he doesn't deserve that kind of thing. He's an amazing person, very good to people, and should not be treated that way as well. So, that's another thing I wanted to say. And of course, another another creator I have immense respect for, Jules. Of course, I love her to death. You guys know that she was affected by this other issue too. And from what I understand, it kind of upset her, and I feel bad that she had to go through that as well. It can trigger people, guys, to remember things that they don't want to remember, as it did with me, as it did with her, and you know I love you, Jules, and I hope you're doing okay with that, which I'm sure you are. She's a very strong, strong woman, which is what I respect about her. And, I just feel bad that this has affected so many people. Those of you that know when you saw that video that it was garbage, I appreciate you guys for knowing who I am. That tells me a lot. Thank you so much, Miss Stacy. Um, And that's important to me. A lot of you guys told me that you knew as soon as you saw it that it was a joke. Okay. That means a lot to me because that tells me that you guys pay attention to me, that you know who I am, that you hear me. Okay. And that to me means more than anything ever could, because um it's amazing to me. This is why we are the community that we are and the communities that we are. You know, and I absolutely adore that. Pagan Ways, good to see you here, but don't you control over your channel? You could have kicked him off your panel when he started getting nastier. He left the panel and he came back, and I didn't expect that to happen. And when he did come back on, I didn't expect what to happen. So I did shut it down there immediately. He said some things that I was thinking that the way he was explaining it, he was trying to explain something, and he said there was no ill intention for it. It was still vulgar, and it made me kind of disgusted. So therefore, I just said, okay, I'm done. It's time to shut it down, and that's what I did. And that's what I would do at any time. So it's just, alcohol or not, there's no excuse to be acting that way. I'm sorry. Definitely not towards any women at all. I don't understand that. I never will. I have the utmost respect for women in many different aspects, and I always will, always have. So there she is. Thank you so much for joining us today, Higher Ground. It's great to see you. We love you so very much. That goes for all of you guys. There he is, Stevie. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, and I was gonna say that it looks like that was taken down. Thank you, brother. Looks like this person took it down. That's good, at least. FM, the True Crime Cafe with Dago, you're real, and that's more than I can say about more than half the folks. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you for that so very much, Stevie. I do, very much so. It really affected me to see that, guys, because I know who I am. I always have known who I was, and I projected that all over these platforms. I project it to you guys on a daily basis. Kyla Delilah, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. And to see something like that turned me inside out. It really did, because I am the complete opposite from that. Gemini, good to see you as well. Sorry, guys. And it lit me on fire. It really did, because if anything, I don't deal with that at all. Not at all. That's one of the things in my life that No matter what the situation is, I will not stand for it. I've interjected in people's lives because of that kind of stuff to stop things like that. EB, good to see you, darling. Um, Thank you so very much for that, and I appreciate all the kind remarks, the support, every bit of it, guys. I love you guys to no end. I understand that. I really do. You guys are the most amazing people I could have ever had in this community, as well as the Publicly Buzz communities, CJ's community, Rory's community, the people from the Drunk Turkey show that I've had. And all of you guys float around, and you guys are so very supportive, such good-hearted people and with beautiful souls. And that's what this is all about, guys. There's been a lot of chaos going on in these communities over the past couple weeks. You know, Sleuthie's had to go through crap. Jules has gone through crap. We've gone through crap. Everybody's going through stuff, guys, and it's not fair, okay? You know, because all we want to do is bring things to you and give you guys the truth on things and entertain in some senses, and just, you know, bring you guys together as communities, you know, and it's enough. It's enough. Candy Girl, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. And that's, you know, that's what I'm saying. Noni McPoppins, great seeing you. Shattered Dimensions, my brother, thank you for joining us. CJ's in the house. Good to have you here, brother. Max, all you guys are absolutely amazing. I do, seriously, when I say this, mean that I do love you guys as my family. There's no two ways about it, guys. Regardless of situations, okay? We're not always all going to get along and meet head to head, okay? The point is, as at the end of the day, at the end of the show, we all walk away still the family that we are and the people that we are, and that's what I need to keep that. We need to keep that together. No matter what people think, feel, or believe about things that we look at, we have to keep that together. And that's all I ask from you guys, is to respect yourselves and respect each other, and love yourselves and love each other. And that's all I'm ever going to ask from any of you ever at the end of the day. And I don't want any more than that from you guys. You know, I don't. Erica Ramsey, thanks for joining us. Chloe Penny, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. That's right, Lance. Absolutely, Lance. Sherry K. Patty Barnett, good to see you. Chet Chick, thank you for that. I appreciate you. Salty Sleuth, the True Crime Time, good to have you here. MQ. It's fact. That's a problem that I have too. I don't like that. That's why this community is the way it is. You know, I want you guys to have your own thoughts, opinions, and theories on things. It doesn't seem that others do. So, ex Miranda, good to see you. Thank you for jumping in here. It's very possible they're trying to. They could be trying to. You know, Mystic Virgo, good to see you. Luciana Lins, good to have you here. Good to see you. Welcome from Brazil, Mudman. What's up? Christina Dion, good to see you. That's quite all right, Christina. The fact that you're here, the fact that you watch, the fact that you support us, that's all that matters. Carol freaking Claus, good to have you here. I'm glad that you've enjoyed it. You guys are amazing. I cannot say it enough. Eddie, my friend, one made nut. Good to have you here, buddy. Two camps is a term that I have used very early on a different panel because I could sense it back then concerning this case. It continues to be that way even more now, ever sadly. That's a fact, buddy. It is. It's sad. And that's the one thing that I wanted to avoid, you know, having the channel that I have. I wanted to avoid that by giving everybody the option in here to have whatever opinions they want without being, you know, attacked or judged or any of that. But it still happens, sadly, you know. Nat Cat, good to see you. It's hard to people have strong opinions, guys, and I understand that. I do absolutely understand that. Okay, but we are all entitled to those opinions ourselves. Thank you so very much, Miss Brandy. I love you, darling. First super chat of the day. That's amazing. Thank you, dear. We're all entitled to whatever opinions and thoughts we have. That's our God-given right. Okay, we have our own minds and our own physicality and our own thought processes, and everybody needs to be able to have that, because if not, what do we have, guys? If we don't control our own minds and our own selves, what do we have? That's horrible. And good vibes, Stacy. It's great to see you, by the way. Gannon McSween, thank you for jumping in here. I appreciate you, and I appreciate that. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. We can sit and talk. I've proved it, guys. I have proved it. We can all sit in here and talk about a case and have completely different perspectives on it, and still walk away being who we are and getting along the way we do with no problems. Okay, there's no reasoning behind that, because in the end, it's not about what I believe. It's not about what you believe. It's not about what they believe. It's about what the truth is and what's going to make, give true justice. Thank you, Bonnie Bailey, so very much, to these victims and their families. That's what this is about. It's not about me. It's not about you guys. Okay, it's about them in the end, and us being the voice for the voiceless and finding true justice in this case, if we can. Pammy B, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you so very much, No Chains, for gifting that membership to Clopenny. Welcome to the family. Welcome. We have another meatball in a sauce with us, guys. So great to have you here. It has become very wild, Miranda. You are correct. The true crime community was not like this. It should not be like this. There should be no drama, but there is. There's a lot. There's a lot. And luckily, I was prepared for it, because I started in a drama community. That's what my channel was based on, trying to take down internet bullies, so on and so forth. It was all drama. And I walked away from that for a reason, and it just kind of followed me right into this community as well. Thank you, Bonnie and Miss Brandy, for both of those super chats. You guys are amazing, and I love you to death. Every little bit helps, guys. I appreciate that so very much. And that's the sad part, Pixie. You're right. You can only have an opinion if it's the right one with some people. And that means if you agree with what they think. And that's not fair. That's not what being free is about, guys. You know what I mean? It's just not. If someone comes on panel and implies BK could be guilty, chat starts apologizing to you as if the guest is being disrespectful. And it shouldn't be that way. Tara Webb, welcome, darling. Good to have you back. It shouldn't, guys. He could be guilty. I've said that, okay? And it shouldn't be that way. We all have the rights to our own thoughts, theories, and opinions on this case. And I have no qualms with anybody that thinks Brian's guilty. None. None at all. None at all, you guys. I feel in the back of my mind he could be guilty in some sense. Okay, I haven't seen any proof of it yet, but he could be guilty. We don't know that because we know him. We know who he is. Therefore, he should be involved in some sense, we would think. Thank you so very much, Higher Ground, as always. Many of this spam meatballs are highly sensitive to a huge degree. Dago, you are too. Hence, we are safe here. Much love for you. No drama on the true crime, Dago and CJ. Thank you so very much, Higher Ground. We do love you so very much. You are a beautiful soul. There's Miss Heather. Welcome, dear. Good to have you here. So, and we got Sleuthie, I'm guessing, too. Somebody said so. Is she in here, too? Welcome, Sleuthie. Good to see you, dear. It was a great video. I wanted to review that today, by the way. I think you did an amazing job with that, as you do with all your stuff. So thank you for putting that out, dear. And thank you for jumping in here as well. But yeah, at this point, guys, there is so much. Thank you, Heather, for that. There is so much drama bouncing around here that none of us want. None of us want it. We don't. We're not here for it. Okay, we're here to bring the truth. Like I said, Ka Pisces, good to see you. Tattletales. We just, like I said, I feel from what I see from these other creators that they want the same as what I do. Okay, which is truth and justice for these cases, particularly this one that we've all been stuck on for a long time. Thank you, Lynn, so very much. I appreciate you for that, and appreciate your support. 353 amazing people in here. We have broke the algorithm. We are great. We are out there, and you guys are amazing. Thank you for that. And again, there it is. There she is. You did great with it, dear. I swear you did. You did an amazing job, hon. And I'm sorry that you've had to go through what you've had to go through. You know, you don't deserve these things just as much as nobody does. And you're an amazing lady. You do amazing work. I think you have a beautiful heart, and you're in a good place. Okay. And I think that, you know, people need to stop. And I agree with her. If you guys watched her video, it was one thing I wanted to review, that and one of Jules's videos as well. If you watched the video that was on there, I watched it all this morning. You know, she's right. Not everything deserves to be out here. It doesn't. We don't need to know everything. You know, in effect, guys, none of this stuff is our business. It's really not, you know, but they've made it our business by putting it in mainstream media in the beginning. So here we are. In a sense, though, you know, not everything deserves to be out here. It shouldn't be out here. Certain things don't need to be out there, but it was. Okay. And I give you props for handling it the way you did, Sleuthie. You did a great job, dear. A lot of people couldn't have handled it like that, you know. And God bless you for keeping on going and keeping on. You know, I mean, a lot of people would have just said, "I'm done," walked away from everything and be out of it. And there's multiple times that I feel like doing that in some senses, you know. You may not have a problem with people thinking BK is guilty, but several people who are in your chat daily do. I get that most people here think he's innocent, but that's nothing more than an opinion. What I preach in here is that he's innocent until proven guilty. I've said 1,001 times, if they bring concrete proof that this man was responsible for this crime, I will be the first standing in line with a pitchfork and a torch to deal with this situation. Okay. And that's all that any of us have been preaching, is to show us that he did this. That's all. I'm not saying I think he's innocent at all. One moment, everyone. All right, guys, sorry about that. My wife was trying to figure something out, but she did. Thank you, Joe, so very much for that. So yeah, I mean, you know, this needs to slow down. It needs to stop. Like I said, certain people in the chat may have their thoughts on certain things, but I ask everyone in here to respect each other's opinions, theories, and thoughts on this out of respect for me, because that's what this channel is supposed to be based on. If that's and it's not, I don't want to sound mean when I say this, but if people don't want to be that way and you want your theory or your opinion to be nothing but what it is, and you want to shove it down people's throats, this just isn't the channel for you, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Because this channel was built on being open and freedom of speech and opinion. Okay. You know, there's no reason to be mean to each other because you think differently. We're humans, guys. We're all a different type of person. And it has to be that way. Okay? That's what makes the true crime community so awesome, in my opinion. Because we can do think tanks with people that have different opinions on different cases. And, you know, you bounce these different theories off each other and you come in the end with something completely different. It does help in some ways, in my opinion. So that's the way I wanted it to be. And some people just don't want it that way. I get it. Like I said, if that's not what's something that you're comfortable with, it may not just be for you. That's all. Thank you, Joe, so very much. Once again, you guys are amazing with these. I appreciate you. Sleuthie, thank you, Dago. I'm still getting dragged for not giving out this woman's name and number. Like, I don't see how that would be anything but vindictive. It doesn't make any sense. Again, it's not everybody's business. It doesn't make sense to me. This woman wanted to be anonymous for a reason. She has a fear of something, obviously. And we need, as people, should respect that. You know, we should respect each other enough. If this woman has a fear in her mind of something, it's just general. We need to support her that way. Okay. And then Sleuthie, in turn, does not deserve any kind of ignorance being held at her for that. Okay. Because she's protecting somebody else's rights. That's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. She did the right thing. I would have done the same thing. I would have done the exact, and I have done the same thing in different aspects, different instances. I've done the same exact thing. You know, information that I've received from specific people that wanted to remain anonymous because they were scared. Nobody knows who they are because I won't allow that, because I've made that promise to that person. Okay. It's called honor, folks. We have to be that way in some senses because of safety issues, or even if there was nothing to be afraid of in that mind, that person feels that she needs to be afraid of something. We need to support that as creators, and as all of us, not just creators, all of us do. Thank you, Heather. And for those of you that aren't familiar, which I know there's nobody in here that's not, that is Sleuthie's link. Please go over, check it out, show some love, subscribe to her. She does amazing stuff. She really does amazing stuff. And I'm sorry that you're going through that, Sleuthie. That's horrifying to me. I don't understand how anybody could even think that that's okay. I just don't understand it. And it would come off. She's right, guys. It would be vindictive for her to throw this person's name out there, stating this is who did it. Go get her. That's basically what it is. Here she is. Go get her. And that's ridiculous. We're not those kind of people, guys. We don't need to be those. There are some people out there like that, as I found out last night. But we don't need to be those people. This type of a community doesn't need to have those kind of people. We're here to try to help people. Okay. We're trying to get justice for families that lost their children. In any of the cases we're covering, we're not here to hurt other people. It's insane that people think this way. I'm just disgusted with it all. I really am. And that's it right there. We have the right to be anonymous, guys. Nobody has the right to tell us whether we should or shouldn't. Not at all. Who said that? Oh, wait a minute here. Because that's who we are, guys. She tried to play you. She manipulated you. Why would you protect her? And I can't live my life doing things out of revenge. It's hateful. And that's not what we should be about, guys. There's enough negativity and hate in the world. There's enough of it. Why add more to it? And Sophie, did you say? I must have missed that comment because I can't see it now. I can tell you guys that Sleuthie's not the one that did what happened to this audio and the video. Okay, she's not. Think about it for a minute. She didn't even want to monetize her channel, from what I understand. So why the hell would she do that? What gain is she going to have from that? That makes no sense to me. And that's what I'm talking about. Good Lord. If you'd like to jump up here, Sleuthie, and speak on it, you're welcome to. I'd love to have you to do that. You know, sometimes the voice is better than typing. You can hear the emotion in the voice that you can't with words. Guilty until proven innocent crowd. You belong in China, not the USA. That's fact. And that's why we have the Constitution that we do. 1 second here. Let me put this up there for you. I'd actually love it if you would be able to do that. Here's Sleuthie. There's the link. Like I said, sometimes a voice is better than typing. You can hear the emotion in people's voices that you can't. The link is pinned in the chat, and you're welcome to jump up here real quick and speak on it. Not that you should have to, but there it is. I know I would. It bugs me. It really bugs me. Gordon, good to see you. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Sorry about that. There we go. I didn't recognize your name. Your real name. Sorry about that.
Just super quick because Sophie seems confused. The video that I posted on my Twitter, and I did explain this in the Twitter space that I had.
Yeah.
The video that I posted on Twitter of the car like actually moving on Linda Lane and turning around, that was literally screen recorded the way that the person who obtained the footage sent it to me. So she sent it to me recording on her phone as it was playing on her computer, and it had no timestamps. So I didn't crop out any timestamps. And if you'll listen to the space, the only reason that got put out in the first place at all was because the screenshot of an angle of the car to make it look like it could be an Elantra zoomed all the way in so that you couldn't tell what neighborhood it was in, when the intention of it was to get you to think that that was the car that was seen making a 3-point turn on King Road. So I posted the footage zoomed out so you could see that was not King Road.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole car turning around where you could see that it had black rims. It didn't just have a sunroof, and it was clearly not an Elantra. And it looked like it had 2 doors to me anyway. But I would have never put the screen recording that was given to me out had that screenshot never made it to the internet.
Right.
For the purpose of making you think that that was suspect vehicle 1 and that it couldn't have possibly been Brian Kohberger.
Yeah.
So that's sense. All that was.
Makes sense. It does. I don't know why people are thinking that you had anything to do with any kind of negative things that had to do with this. You know what I mean? I just don't get it. I don't know. I can't think of the word right now.
It's so bizarre. Like I've literally got people now saying that because I won't give up this person's name and shit, that it must mean that I'm the source. I mean, it's just literally the most outrageous thing. That it's like, I think there's like this overriding,
negative energy.
Yeah, negative. Yeah, it is. It's like engulfing everyone. And the problem is that, like she said, like we should all be focused on Brian Kohberger's innocence. That I don't know what everybody else is here for, but that's not what I'm here for.
Me either.
I'm not here to prove Brian Kohberger innocent.
No, I'm here to prove justice. That's what I'm trying to do. Bring the truth and find the truth behind this whole thing. And if he's, I just said this, if he's guilty, he's guilty. If he's innocent, he's innocent. We need to know the truth behind that. That's what it's all about. Okay. That's why we do what we do. And it's not, I hate when I get messages, you're a Kohberger lover, you're this, you're that. No, I'm not. Neither is she. Neither are any of us that say that we want, we believe in the damn Constitution and a fair trial and seeing real proof that this guy did this. And I truly believe that that's what we're all about over here.
Right.
At least I hope that's what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've all had conversations multiple times. Sleuthie doesn't come into this channel to watch this because we're sitting here saying Brian's innocent. There are some people that do believe that. That's fine. It's America, guy. We're free. We're allowed to have our own opinions on things. Okay. It blows my mind. The negativity is just gone above and beyond a level that is even understandable anymore to me.
I know they bashed me on Reddit. I'm seeing a couple things, and I am going to have to jump down, but I did just want to clear that up for Sophie.
No,
But
I appreciate that. And you
af-
deserve that.
after I saw what was posted on Reddit, and I think on one of the Facebook groups about me, and then when I confronted this person, and they initially acted like it had been released against their wishes, and they were so scared, and
Yeah.
then I started sending like screenshots of the Reddit, and I'm like, who is this person? Like, if this is not you, then you had to have sent it to them. They're saying that they purchased the footage, which is
Right.
exactly what you said to me.
Right.
um and essentially it kind of all came full circle
Mm-hmm.
for me, that I realized what was happening was that someone likely, for whatever reason, sent it to me over and over again, said they didn't want it released. Please don't tell anybody my name, yada yada. I'm so scared, in hopes that I would then release it and
Yes.
then look like scum. And unfortunately that didn't happen. So then when they sent all of it, or they sent the links to everybody, literally, and it started
Oh, yeah.
appearing on the internet, somehow it came back to me because I posted literally just the clip that person had sent me. Like, they never even sent me that full clip
Right.
to my
Right.
Google Drive. So it's like,
It was a sham. The whole thing is
it
a sham.
was.
That's what it is in a sense. And that's why I wanted to review and we're going to review the video that you had put out this morning, or well, last night, I'm sorry, or yesterday,
Yeah,
so that people that don't understand it will understand it, you know what I mean? um
hopefully.
and she had nothing to do with any of it, truthfully. She didn't go looking for it, she didn't buy it, she didn't ask for it. That's the biggest thing right there. None of it was anything that she did. It all was thrown at her, and in turn, like she just explained, it was a sham, guys. The whole thing was a sham, and I couldn't believe, I can't believe the negative attention that has been thrown at you, and it makes me sick. It really
Yeah.
does.
I mean, I really, like, I truthfully don't care. My biggest
I
thing was, you know, if I'm going to do something wrong, if I'm going to put out something I shouldn't, or do something wrong, like, I'll take responsibility for that.
Right.
But for me to not want to say what this, but like, this person, when this person sent me this stuff, they sent me their phone number straight off the bat. I sent it where they asked their phone number to go to. I had
Hmm.
no intention of even being like the middleman at that point. Like, send me all the I think one time after I didn't have the link anymore, I was like, can you send me the original footage? Because I
Yeah.
want to preserve the original footage, because everything out there I don't believe on YouTube.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that was the only time that I even asked for it. She never had to send me that footage. I didn't care. I didn't copy it when she did send it to me. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. Absolutely. That's why, and I knew, like you said, as soon as it hit, after it got out of your hands and it hit the internet like it did, boom, 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 boom.
Right.
You could tell, and that's what Jules had put her video out stating, that as soon as you heard certain things, that she was done. I was too. I backed away. I even went live and said, I can't do this anymore, you guys. I'm done with this, because you can tell that things are being messed with and changed and doing this and doing, it's so on and so forth. So that was the end of it for me. I was done.
Right.
And then, I'm glad that you did what you did to tell the story on it. That's why we're reviewing it today, to make people understand that may not have seen it, may not understand what you were saying in some of the senses of it, and,
Yeah.
and get it out there so that way it will stop. It has to stop. It's not right. Um, Heather says, but the video is real, correct?
Once you go over like, once you go through the video and you can actually see everything that was said to me, I think
Mm-hmm.
that hindsight is always 2020. And
Yes.
in that moment, my only intention was, this person is telling me that they are seeing and hearing things that they believe to be true, and they need
Right.
help because they're not sure what to do. So I helped do that. But now, looking at it and reading everything, like, especially last night when I was like reading it out loud, I was like, this is
Mm-hmm.
some actual bullshit. Like this person, before even sending me a link, yes, we can. Before even sending me a link, they literally primed me for everything, like, telling me all the things that I would hear and the timestamps and things like that. So
Yeah.
the way that your brain works is then you're going to watch it and you've already been told all these things. It's just like putting captions on a
Yes.
video where the audio is not really audible, and
Yeah.
you fill in the blanks because someone told you that's what it says. If it's popping up on the screen that you're hearing Charlie, then your brain's going to hear Charlie. It's
That's
just like
it.
if you see a misspelled word, your
Right.
brain's reading it the right way because you're hearing it said a different way.
Yeah.
You're hearing it said the correct way. So
We proved that the first audio that was released that's been debunked. Okay, where it was transcribed and on the screen it's reading as you're saying, and I'm going, oh, okay, I even did it. I'm like, yeah, I heard that. But if you listen
exactly.
to it without the transcribing, well, maybe I didn't hear it. That sounded like this too. That's how this works, guys. It's what our brains do to us, and it's not a bad thing. It's part of being human. You can't help yourself sometimes, but
Yeah.
and the one biggest statement you made that I stick with it, I'm going to say it repeatedly. Not everything belongs out here in this part of the world. YouTube is not always made for every bit of any kind of a case, guys, for lack of better terms. Okay. I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. Like, you said that not everything belongs out here, especially in the hands of YouTubers and so on and so forth, because we're trying to help solve crimes and figure out what's going on in crimes. When we get something like this, I was guilty. I spent 3 damn days listening and looking at this going, okay. And then I come to a realization one day, because I do that the sounds that people are saying they're hearing are here. They're too close to be over there, and they're not. It doesn't make sense. Okay. And then, like I said, when Jules put her video out, everything just went boink and I was done. Thank you for doing that, blah, blah, blah. And we're all guilty of some things at some times, okay, because of what we do. But you got to understand, you guys, and this negative shit has to stop all the way around, not just with her, but especially with her right now, okay? I dealt with it last night. Somebody put me out there and trying to say that I agree with domestic violence and shit like that, which is a joke, but whatever. We go around in circles with this stuff out here because not everybody's going to like us. But
Right.
at the same time, you got to use common sense, and you have to understand, which is again why I'm doing this today, to make people see and understand what your video is about and all that. So, because you deserve at the very minimum that respect, okay, and
I hope
more.
so. And
And
I really don't care. People can keep on and keep on and keep on and keep on. But like, as I said earlier in the chat, like I'm simply just not going to be putting out this person's name and phone number. If the police want to have it, that's an entirely different story. But it's not necessary to be putting that on the internet just because people are mad that we all got played about it. You know what I mean?
right,
And not everything is for the internet. Not everything is for everybody. And I said to this person repeatedly that if what she thought she was hearing and seeing on this footage was real, it would mean that there were other people that were
yes,
involved, who are out and could be watching this stuff. If they weren't aware of the video and it was put out, they would then be aware that they were seen on camera in this video. So it was clearly not a situation where like it should have been put out. But
right,
this person did not come to me like asking me to help them release it to the world. Otherwise, I would have literally said no. I did it with the letter, and I would have said absolutely not. Like, I'm sorry, and they would have probably moved on. But with
right,
this, I was approached in an entirely different way than I think other people were. I think when other people were approached on YouTube about it, they were approached in an entirely different manner that was consistent with like, can you help me get it out there, but I don't want my name to be there. I truly think that might have been what happened.
right, right.
So,
Makes sense. That definitely makes sense.
but I'm going to jump down, not keep listening.
All right,
I
thank you for
appreciate you
that.
talking about it. I hope it clears stuff up.
I do hope so too. I'm trying to, like I said, we're going to review that here shortly, and that for people that don't quite get it or didn't see it, hopefully that makes a lot of difference in it.
Yeah. All right. I'll
So,
be in the chat.
all
Love you.
right,
Thank you.
thanks again. Yes,
Bye.
ma'am. Bye bye. And there it is, guys. Like I said, that's why we're reviewing this today, because I feel that she's getting a lot of negativity thrown at her for no reason. We all know what she's done in the true crime community. I mean, let's think about this for a minute. She's been nothing but a positive force in this community for a long time, guys. Be it Twitter, YouTube, whatever it is she's doing, it's always been a positive force to try to do what we're all trying to do. Okay. Why all of a sudden would this happen? It makes no sense. She's not worried about monetization. She's not trying to get clicks and views. She's not trying to do any of that. She was genuinely trying to help somebody because she thought, because that's what she does. That's what I do. That's what CJ does. That's what Rory does. Jules does. That's what we do is we try to help people. Okay. That's all she was trying to do. And it blew up in her face because it was a sham. Period. You know, if we got played, we got played. It happens. It happens. You know, we kick it to the side and we move on, continually doing what we're doing. That's right, Eddie. I appreciate that. And for those of you that are not familiar with her, like I said, please show the love. Go over there, subscribe, check it out. She's done a lot of good, guys. She's always doing something positive for the in the true crime community. So let's think about why all of a sudden, like I said, would it change? It wouldn't. Okay, she's not trying to gain anything from this. She thought she was helping somebody in the beginning and found out that that's not what it is. And I'll show you guys that here in a few minutes. I thank you guys all for, you know, understanding and being respectful. Absolutely. I agree, Eve. They are the queens of this community as far as I'm concerned. That's what I call them. Her and Jules both are absolutely amazing. Amazing. The queens of the true crime community is what I call them. I'm sorry. You know, I love Lana too. I think she does work, good stuff. You know, she puts the time in. But these two here, you know, I think I call them both the queens of the true crime community because they're so very positive all the time. They're always doing something for the good to explain things to people, you know, and they're no nonsense. They don't put up with bullshit. And that's all there is to it. Right. That's it. That's perfect. She has no motive, no connection, no benefit from releasing any of it. I don't think there is. None. Okay. None at all. That's right, Chick. Good to see you, Chick. Thank you, Heather, very much for that. I appreciate that as well. So, thank you again for joining me. 527 amazing people in here, always. You guys are the beautiful people, and I appreciate you so very much. So let's, like I said, we're going to review some things. That's going to be one of them. That and Jules' video. And go from there and talk about what we talk about, guys. And I thank you all for joining me today. As always, very much appreciated. V Slim's good to see you there. George Washington's in the house. Let me see here. All right. And I think it explains some of what goes on in this as well, for those of you that are asking that. I may not be positive, but we're going to go through this. It may take a little time, guys, but I have the time if you have the time. Give me one moment here. Hold on a second. Get started. I got to refill my cup because I am thirsty. I think I might need more coffee, actually. I'm awake, but I'm not. I don't know why. Here we go. It's the story behind the Linda Lane footage, what happened before it appeared. And it's important to hear this, guys. It's very well done. It explains it, and it makes things understandable. Got all day. Good deal. What message did I see? Or did I miss B. Louis? Or who asked that question? Where'd it go? You guys are moving a little quick. Gaya said, why did Dago didn't read Amy's message? What message did I miss? I'm sorry. I can't see it all, guys. I try. Please read your super chat. What? Oh, I'm sorry, hon. Let me see it here. Hold on a minute. 1 second here. She was talking. I was not focused. I should have been. My apologies. Let me go back and find it here. Hopefully, where did it go? If you want to re-put the message in there, Amy, I'll drop it right down. I don't see it.
Hey guys.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. I'm so sorry, Amy. I wasn't even focused on that. I was listening to what she was saying as I was putting them up there. And thank you very much for all of those. What happened with my hold on a minute here. All right, let me go back and see if I can find it for you, hon. I will put that up there. Where did it go? Where did it go? One second, guys. 1 second. Bear with me. There it is. All this sudden drama, it seems unconnected, but look at who is being attacked. Sleuthie, Dago, Harsh, a specific group, totally different things, but all in of a sudden. That can't be a coincidence. I agree. I do agree. And again, my apologies, Amy, and thank you for the super chat so very much. You didn't have to do that. The message is a great. That's a great comment because it's a fact. You know, it does make sense, and it wasn't like that. So thank you, Jennifer, once again, just sending some love. We are all trying to keep sane. That's a fact, and thank you, dear, for that as well. Again, great comment, Amy Terry. I appreciate you. Let me see here. Make sure I didn't miss anybody else's. I apologize, guys. I'm a little kind of deconstructed today as after yesterday. That really blew me out of their water there. Let's see. Gordon, I did talk to her. She admitted she sent it to a ton of people. Laugh aloud, but she lied days before that and told me she had no idea who released it, but that it was against her wishes. She blamed Steve. Wow, that's ridiculous. And I don't know what your question was, Gordon. I'm sorry, buddy. Let me go back up here and see if I can find it for you. Oh, Stevie put up the same comment. Right. It's a fact, bud. Is this episode going to be only about the unnecessary drama? Serious question. No, it's not. Like I said, that's why we're looking at this other stuff. But it did need to be talked about, Gordon, because it is unnecessary, all of it. We're not helping. We're not doing what we're here to do by doing that. Get a clue. Wonderful. Going to be their streak. I don't know what that meant. Okay. It definitely needed to be addressed. And this part of it, you're all right. This isn't drama. It's clarity. It's to clarify what so people can understand it. Okay. And that's the biggest part of it. All right, folks. Let's get this a rolling. Let me know. Katrina, thank you for what you do. Absolutely. Oops, sorry. All right. Let me know if you guys can hear this okay. That's the biggest thing. She's got a pretty clear voice, so it should be pretty good. I don't want to appear disrespectful. Some creators need to stop suggesting or advertising that they know secrets. It doesn't impress me. Pretty egotistical, I just say. Well, that's a good point. Good point. That's why when I said I had something that one day, I played it because I didn't want to hold it back after I thought. I didn't know how to react to that at first. And that was what that was. So that stupid voicemail that I got, which again, I sent to Moscow PD and let them do what they got to do with it. But I did allow you guys to hear it because I had problems believing it was real. Okay. And that wasn't disrespectful whatsoever, Lady Speedwell. I absolutely respect that. Sleuthie Goosie, I know I don't, and I understand your need for clearing that and understand the reasoning behind it. I just don't want people to fight over this anymore. It's energy wasted. That's a fact. It really is. It really is. It is a fact. That's why we're doing this. We're trying to clarify this, Gordon, to get this done and over with so people do understand it and leave it alone. And we can walk back to what we were doing and make things happen the way they should again, is all. So, and I agree with you on that, Gordon. I definitely agree with you. A lot of people, some people are fighting over this stuff, though. That's the sad part. None of us should be. It's dividing the community in some senses, and none of it should be. I didn't see Jovial's comment. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. That's why typically I like to run with a co-host, because when there's a lot of people in here, it's hard to keep up with everybody. So I'm trying, guys. Just have patience with me, if you would, please. I didn't even see that name. Oh, there we go. Look out, peeps. Is this the comment you were talking about, Heather? Grandma 2.0. You just have patience with me, guys. I am doing my best, I promise you. There's a lot of things that it takes a lot sometimes, and I'm trying to make sure everybody's understanding and people are respectful to each other. Okay, you guys don't have to respect me. That's fine, but I do want you to respect each other and keep, treat each other the right way. That's all I'm saying. Okay. This is supposed to be enjoyable at some point, guys. We shouldn't be this stressed out over these things. You know what I mean? All right. Moving forward. All right.
We are still no, everybody's gonna be able to go to bed soon. I've been seeing so much confusion about the Linda Lane footage. I'm like totally over it. And while I don't think right now that it's necessary to like put out this person's name and shit, and I did redact a bunch of stuff. Not a bunch of stuff, like 3 things, because like a phone number's in there and shit, and it's just not necessary. But I do think it's necessary at this point just to kind of Tyler, I don't know how there's still confusion. I mean, I think there's still confusion because there's some weirdness going on. Some people not wanting to, I don't know. Like, I know there's people saying that they bought the footage that really didn't buy the footage. And like, so it's just, the whole thing's kind of crazy. I'm going to take my medicine and hopefully it'll kick in by the time this is done and over with. I didn't really want to read it. I don't think we'll have to chat really. Melissa, I'm glad that the Twitter space helped clarify. I actually found out kind of like more after. So like after that Twitter space, I confronted this person and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Why? Like, did you send this to a bunch of people? Like, I don't understand how these people even all, because at that point, like multiple people were like, I got the footage. I got the footage. I got the footage. I got the footage. And I was like, dude, people that are scared of shit don't send footage all over the fucking place. You just don't do that. And so essentially, I'm going to show these. I hope that it clears up where it came from in terms of when it was sent to me, which from what I understand was before it was sent to everybody else, and before it appeared on YouTube. And so that you can get kind of the idea of where I was coming from in that Twitter space when I was, and at that point I still was like trusting this person. I mean, I was fucking furious that this person, and you'll see how they were talking to me. Exactly, Melissa. Melissa said, that's what I figured. I knew you were being honest, but I don't think she was being honest with you. And that's exactly what happened. And it's not necessary to like show me confronting her. I don't want to, it's not about like drama. It's just kind of, I'm just trying to fill in the blanks for everybody. But I was fucking furious at the thought that this person was talking to me the way that they were and how scared they were. And you'll see why. And then the thought that someone leaked it onto YouTube really just angered me big time. So, I'm over the being angry phase. I think it's clear. I don't know if the intention was to like get me to leak it or whatever, which obviously they got me fucked up because I don't do that. But you'll see here, at least just until I'm going to show you through, like from the day I was contacted, and it wasn't like the first time I had ever spoken to this person. The day I was contacted, and then through to like the day that it appeared on.
I can do that, Sonoma. No problem. Thank you for that. Dropped one on. Okay, good deal. It's good to know. Well, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, because that's a whole other disastrous piece of ignorance too. Unbelievable. Thank you, Sonoma. Good stuff.
YouTube. What a web of lies we weave when we practice to deceive. And that's exactly right. So, but I keep everything. If you talk to me, don't try deleting shit afterwards, because I'm going to show everybody what we both said. Like I said, I did redact like my real name, and I cut I cut off the top of her. Like you can't see what Twitter account I was talking to. And redacted like her name and her phone number and stuff. So let's see if this will work. Can you see that? I don't know if I should read it or if I should just sit here quietly and let you all read it, and then just make everybody put like ones when you're ready for me to click to the next page, or what. My concern is that some dumbass is somehow like, I don't trust any of these people involved with this at this point. So like my concern is that my voice in reading these messages is somehow going to like appear somewhere as if I'm saying them on the phone. But if you guys think that's not an issue, then I'll just read it. Fine. Lord, I hope I did redact everything. So, and I can give you a little bit of context here. So this was when I was not into, I thought about using AI, but I'm not going to.
This video, for those of you that just jumped in, is explaining the whole footage thing by Sleuthie Goosie. For those of you that aren't familiar with her voice. It's a very interesting video. It explains the whole scenario and what it's all about. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate you.
There was no time. I just want to like get this done, and I literally want to put my head on the pillow and go to sleep. But when I was intending on having you all read it, I basically said everything I just said to you guys, giving you directions to read left to right. The pink is me. And the gray is this person that messaged me. And so they asked me if I had ever spoke to Sarah Azari. I said, yeah, why? What's up? They said, I have all the security footage and it completely exonerates Koberger. Both murders are on there. The police have it and I am scared and don't know what to do with it. I bought it from a neighbor. So I said, do you want me to forward it to her? And they said, oh, it's 24-hour footage. I said, that's crazy they had you buy it. I wouldn't trust just sending it to police. That's for sure. And she said, people will sell anything for the right price. The killer's name is Charlie. Okay. Lord have mercy. Maybe we're going to have to make this bigger. I can't hardly see this. Okay, that's better. Hopefully you can see the timestamps. Let me go back to the first one to see when exactly the first. So July the 1st at 11:53 a.m. Eastern time. So on the other side of the U.S., it was 8:53 in the morning. So they said the killer's name is Charlie.
That's the biggest I can
I said,
get.
did you also send it to Anne? She said Xana begged him for life at 1:32. And I said, oh my God, and a crying face. She said, I signed an agreement with the owner. I will not give to defense or families. By the way, I'm not reading the chat. The white Elantra has a sunroof. It's not his car. I said, is there video or just audio? Wow. So tell me what we need to do because I didn't sign any agreements with anybody. And she said, will that Sarah chick respond to you? I want her to have it. I don't want my name out there at all. I said, yeah, she always does. And I have her email, but I'm not allowed to just give it out. So she said, can you ask her to call me? And then gave me her phone number. I said, how can you get it to her? Like, how can you send 24 hours of footage? And she said, don't tell anyone I have it. I said, yes, I'll message her now. And they said, I'll put it on Google Drive. Then they sent me a screenshot of the footage. And that was at 4:05. And she said, here's proof I have it. I said, where's that camera? She said, 500 Queen. I can hear the entire thing. Just moments before Ethan and Xana, they were doing karaoke. John Denver's Bring Me Home. Now, I hadn't asked for the footage, and I was going to send it. I was just going to send it. I didn't have to see it. And I'll just say it now so I don't forget. But, like, I did reach out to Sarah. Never did get to send it to her. I mentioned somebody else in here. Oh, there he is. I mentioned Bob in here because that's somebody that I trust. And I was like, if you really need some help, like, I trust him. And you can always get some advice from him. But I never sent it to him either. So she said, there's another car involved. It's a truck with camper shell. Please don't tell anyone I have it. I need a lawyer to do it. And then screenshotted the Google Drive. And said, I scared the cops will mess with me. This is still all on July the 1st. She said, I don't want anyone that can tell police and not hand it over. The police already have it. They told me they gave it to them. By them, I assume that they meant the landlord had already given it to police. So
I'm stepping away for 1 second, guys, to refill my cup. This is going to keep playing. I'll be right back.
I said, so this would be the same one that they say he stopped and turned around in front of, meaning camera. She said, yes, I can see that. The thud is for sure getting door kicked open. The second door slams. The dog barks 2 times. I said, what's the timeline of everything? She said, once before kicking in the door and after shut into second bedroom. Talking about the two barks. Someone named Callie. Lord. Someone named Callie is there too. The roommates are there. I can hear them yelling each other's names. I said, I wish I could help build the timeline of this with timestamps for her. She's going to want it. She'll have to explain what's on the video, meaning I ain't fucking turning over 24 hours of footage and not giving this woman, meaning Sarah, timestamps. She said it needs no explanation. The murder of Xana and Ethan is at 1:32 and it's clear as day. She says, Charlie, leave me to live. By the way, I'll just say, like, the reason that I'm not showing you this on my actual Twitter, which I can pull it up so that you can see if you want me to, that my Twitter has changed. The colors are changed. So you can see that these are actual pics from my Twitter DMs. But there's too much shit in there that isn't necessary to get out. Like I said, like the phone numbers and shit. So I'm not going to read it from my DM. So I said, can absolutely trust Bob Mata as well. Then she says, Charlie, I won't. Then she says, Charlie, I can. She's screaming. She has a very distinct voice, kind of deep and raspy. The real Elantra has a sunroof. Coburger's doesn't. I need to give it to that Sarah woman or someone that can get it to the right people. She asked if Bob was law enforcement. She said, I don't know who Charlie is. I just got the footage 2 days ago. I haven't started to look. It's really not necessary for me. So I 100% trust Bob. I know he'd get it to the right place. Is he a lawyer or law enforcement? I'm not giving it to law enforcement. I said he's a lawyer. She said the owner is going to try to sue me. I'm not supposed to give it to anyone. I said you could talk to him about that. I'm sure he could advise you. Do you want to send all this to him and have him reach out? She said, if you could help me at some point once I'm ready, that would be helpful to me. I do not want my name out there. So this is multiple times now. I'm told, don't tell anybody I have the footage. Don't tell anybody I have it. Nobody needs to know my name, yada, yada. I said, of course. She said, does that Charlie? Oh, I offered up a Charlie just because I happened to quickly look and I found one. Not necessary for everybody to look at it or even know the Charlie that it is. But she said, does that Charlie have a large truck with a camper? I see the owner of the truck walking to the truck at 421 from King. His car is parked at 500 Queen. I said, there's no pictures of his vehicle at all on Instagram, but I can check elsewhere. Keep in mind, like at this point, I'm still thinking this is like legit. Like nobody has seen this. This is July the 1st. This person reached out to me like they obtained this footage and they were terrified about what they heard, hadn't got to review it all. She said, can you not tell a soul yet? I'm super scared, but think there are safety in numbers. There is safety in numbers. I thought I would get clues, but the actual murder turned out a lot scarier than I thought. I said, I'm willing to assess everything and make sure it goes where it needs to in order to get justice for, you don't need to know that. In order to get justice for the kids, prevent it from happening again. Can't imagine what you've been going through after watching it. Unexpectedly having heard that. She said, okay, give me a moment to think this over. I'm as super freaked the last 2 days. Would you want to watch it? It's mostly audio. I said, doesn't matter audio or not. That's chilling, meaning it doesn't matter that it's not on video. I said, I can't understand how you can hear everything plain as day, but the roommates and everyone else in the neighborhood didn't hear shit. And she said, well, I promise you, I can hear it. It was only 1:30. I said, so what's the end time of everything? And she said, well, I think this footage is exactly 2 minutes fast, or the bell tower is 2 minutes slow. I can hear the bell tower chime several times, exactly 2 before the top of the hour. The Elantra makes the turnaround at 500 Queen at 4:06 on my footage. It honks in front of the home lightly. The DoorDasher, I think that's who, honks lightly 3 times and then 2 more times. They are not coming down for the food. Send me your email. This is super beyond YouTube. This is super beyond YouTube material right now. First, we need to do right by families. I said, oh no, I agree. Whatever, we're going to call that octillion%. I would never, ever put something like that on YouTube.
I'm back, everybody.
She said, I'm going to invite you to the Dropbox. I think I'm ready to share it. I sent my email. She said, or Google Drive. Google Drive is best. I have it hooked up on all of my devices. You can just share the link for Google Drive. Then I didn't add this part, but I gave her like I was like, don't make the link like accessible to anybody with the link. Only send it to people's emails directly. That way you know exactly who has it, because as soon as you make that a public link, any and everybody can click on it. She understood. She asked if I was willing to discuss with her on the phone after I looked at them. I said, sure. She said, this guy is going to sue me probably, meaning the landlord. Can you promise me not to put this stuff out there before I get some counsel? You're going to need good headphones. I'm going to share it with you. All I ask is that you don't put it on the internet. You get where I'm going with this? Why I would have been so fucking irritated when I saw it on the internet? You're about to see how irritated I was. I said, I assure you, I would never. She said, I don't want sued, and I don't even know what that says. Enough, someone will try, plus the danger of police and killer. I said, I would never. Not everything is for the public, and certainly not when someone else could be hurt. She said, okay, I'm about to send. Go to 4 a.m. first to confirm the PCA. Linda Lane, 4 a.m., not the one called Dumpster. As you all know now, there's 2 camera views. I said, aside from you being sued, which would easily be one, but I'd talk to Sarah about that, meaning you. If I were you, talk to Sarah. You can't be expected to withhold evidence of a crime being committed, and this cannot get out publicly or anyone knows of its existence. Otherwise, killers know it exists. She wanted my real name. I did end up giving it to her. I said, so is this from Kane F? And she said, it is. I said, okay, I didn't realize he had a cam pointing toward the house. I only knew about the one pointed at Taylor Ave. And she said, he has a parking lot cam 200 feet from home, directly pointing at 500 Queen. Would you be willing to just call me? And she says, 41450 something, it's too small, I can't read, is the thud. I said, there's both a grayish Elantra with a sunroof and a black Ford F-150 on Blake Ave. She said, did you see the dude get in the truck? I said, and the truck has a camper shell. She said, yes. I said, yes, definitely. She said, did you hear the door slams? The house is super quiet. It's super loud at 1:30. I said, yep, but I actually saw him get in. She said, yeah, he comes walking in from far left of screen. I wonder if that driveway spits you out at the side of King Road. Y'all, if you had to read this, I didn't realize the writing was so fucking small. She said, we can watch all the footage and see what time truck parks there. I think this is the real Elantra. And what do you know? There's that screenshot of that horrid angle, okay, which was then put out, which was why I put out the clip of the video showing the entirety of the car, because look at that screenshot. And now knowing this whole conversation up until this point, it's clear that the screenshot was taken in an effort to suggest that that is, the car. And it has a sunroof and his doesn't. Yeah, the dreaded sunroof screenshot. See what I mean? So she said, but like I said, the murder of Xana and Ethan is recorded, and we need that Sarah lady to take it. It's for sure the roommates and someone named Charlie and maybe a few others. A girl named Callie, maybe. I guess Callie could be a boy. Someone yells Callie when they get there. Sounds like Dylan. And then I just sent a little map. And I said, okay, I don't know if you sent the other one, but I'm listening to the first one. Someone whistles, and then I gave the timestamp. She said, did you hear the 5 light honks at very start? I think it's the dasher. Won't come down for food. I'm listening for whistle now. I heard the whistle. Keep in mind, like, I haven't watched anything that's been put on the internet. So this is like real time me watching this before. Yeah. That's what I'm getting. That's, yeah. Or beg me repeatedly not to put it out and hope I was going to put it out. And like I said, you got me fucked up. I heard the whistle. Kane told me the home is 220 feet from the house. I said, yeah, that's about right. She said, okay, I'm super scared to trust you on the other one, but I really want to send it to you. Sure, James. Looks like my old counselor in rehab. Where are we at? Yeah, it's about right. I'm super scared. The silence at 4 says everything you need to know about the 4 murders. I said, I mean, I get being worried and it's ultimately up to you, obviously. I just finished the first one. And she said, do you have a moment to call me? I said, I will shortly. She said, I'm going to send the 1 to 2 a.m. Don't put this anywhere at all. It could be me and you and our kids in danger. Sorry, typo. It could put us in danger. The murder of Xana starts at 1:31, I believe. I said, the last thing we'd want is any kind of accusation that the footage has been manipulated, and it will be manipulated if other people get a hold of it. She said, yeah,
Imagine
agreed. There is more than enough to exonerate Koberger. I said, how many different videos is this? 1 hour each video, like he downloaded in 1 hour increments? Should I have the whole night, 2 cams, 1 hour increments, and then snips from a sensor cam? So some duplicate, so small. When there's movement, duplicate when there's movement. That's what they gave the defense. And I said, but where's the ones you can visualize the Elantra and what's its location? She said, you didn't see the Elantra pulling in and turning around at 4:05? I said, I saw that, but it's far away. Like I saw it from the side. And then again, the dreaded screenshot. That one was at least like a side shot. There's this from Linda Lane. But the key is really in the 1 to 2 footage. I said, yeah, I haven't watched that yet. She said, well, you can hear Xana at 1:31 begging for her life. I said, that car has black rims. She said, yeah, it's hard to say. That's for sure the Elantra, but it's playing music several times. We can tie the music to it. First, go listen to 1 to 2. Then we can trace these details. What time does the truck park? I said, could that be Kaylee and Maddie getting home? She said, probably they're scared calling Jack for protection. I didn't listen that much after 1:35 yet. Did you hear Charlie, let me live, Charlie, I can at 1:32? I sent you 2 to 3, and we can easily hear her let the dog out. Melissa. But then again, I have seen people break down stuff where they do provide these very specific timestamps of things. Some people do that. Me in particular, and that's why I really didn't say much. If I'm going to send you something and I want you to look or listen or read or whatever, I'm not going to tell you all of the thoughts because I want your pure thoughts, not me. Like if I sit here and I tell you that they're yelling Charlie something before you even hear the footage, as soon as you hear the footage, you're going to be hearing Charlie, whether that's what's said or not. So, I hear Kaylee get home and shut car door at 1:58:45. I made an amplified version. It's audio only. It's 10 times louder. Do you want a link? Then they said, hi, you're probably busy listening, but please promise me you won't tell anyone who you got it from. And then the response yeah, it's priming. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't like on like videos of stuff where you're trying to listen to sound when they put like the the captions on it, it's like you have to know that your brain is going to read that word and they're going to hear it. So then July 2nd at 12:54 a.m. my time, so West Coast time would have been 9:54 p.m. on the 1st. They said, you don't have to worry now. It says that Kaylee's family have she said that they have the footage. Okay. So I did. I didn't say another word until, what was Thursday? Let me look. So that was the 2nd. So I didn't say anything the 2nd. Then the 3rd, it appeared on the fucking internet. So I didn't say nothing. I was pretty suspicious about the fact that that was the last message that I got. And then it appeared on the internet. I didn't say nothing the 4th or the 5th. Then on the 6th, I messaged her. And I said, who released the footage? Because at this point, as far as I know, me, you, and Kaylee's family are the only ones who saw it. And I know I didn't show anyone. I hope it was you. If it was Steve, I find that interesting, bizarre, and confusing. If it wasn't you, then I'm pissed because you were adamant not to release it. And if someone did, and if someone did anyway against your wishes, I'll be furious. She said, I think it was Steve that shared my name with JLR. The footage got shared with someone outside the U.S. Mark Garagos has it now. We need to let it be. I had originally asked him to take it, and they called me yesterday. Just please, whoops, there you go. That's my name for anybody that didn't know yet. Just please, Nicole, don't give my name to anyone. The crazies will go after my child, and I am scared. I said, I'm pissed. She said, why? I said, and I won't give your name out, obviously. And then I said, because you didn't want it out. And she said, I was super upset about my name and JLR, but no one has contacted me yet, not even the Kane guy. Yeah. I was Nicole before I was Sleuthie. She said, I shared the footage with person outside the US and they leaked it. I said, and then something that could be helpful is now being altered and could cause it to be inadmissible. So then I went back to download copies of the original so I could analyze the footage and actually know is real. I actually know is real. And it had disappeared. And I don't trust anything on YouTube. I didn't even get to watch all of it from both cameras. The overseas person knows your name. And she said, no, they don't. Steve had to, I guess I meant to say Steve had to have given it to JLR. So now we're saying that Steve gave the footage to JLR, right? Knowing that's not what happened. Knowing that Steve did not give that footage to anybody. I'm just saying. I said, oh, good. Who does besides me? Just Steve? And she said, the overseas person. I said, do you know theirs? I think she said yes and good. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you jump, but I mean, come the fuck on. No. T, listen. My literal only intention, like, I didn't even tell my best friends. Like, I didn't tell anybody that she had reached out to me and that I had seen this footage. I said nothing to no one. I did not download copies onto my computer. I did not expect it ever getting out. I didn't think this was ever going to be a discussion because the way it was presented to me was that she just needed help getting it from her possession to someone that could actually do something else with it. And
I don't know why that's so hard for people to understand either. It's not hard to believe.
From her, which one? Was it back? Wait a minute. Now I got to look through this. Dude, this font is so small. Oh, I said that so at this point, it had hit the internet. And when I realized that it had like been leaked and this person was telling me they were terrified, I went to go in to the Google links that I had been sent so that I could download the original footage and send it to Sarah, the original footage, not from YouTube, so that someone else knew that this person who said they were so terrified for them and the lives of their children, that somebody outside of that person had the videos, the original videos. And I had no access to the videos. So I told her, I said, I went to go do that and I had no access. And she basically said, once I realized that, that it had leaked, I revoked access to the link. Yes, T. Which is fine. I mean, and like, obviously, like, so I have these, which was my, reactions to as I had listened to it. But then I also took notes. I have one set of notes from, I think, 3 to 4 or 4 to 5 on my lap, on my whatever. Dude, I'm so tired. On my iPad.
Thank you guys for being here. Again, this is explaining the whole scenario behind the Linda Lane footage, what went on with it, what Sleuthie's involvement was. And again, I appreciate everybody being respectful to the situation and understanding what the scenario is before trying to judge it. Okay. You guys are great. I know you guys are respectful. We're all adults here, and that's why we're doing this. So we can understand this clearly. I do. Okay, I watched it already. And that's the thing. So that's why we're covering this. Right. And I get it, Sleuthie, and it drives me nuts. That's why I'm doing this, because I want people to understand that you were not the one that did this. Period. It wouldn't make any sense to do that. Okay. So that's again why we're reviewing this, so that everybody does get it and understand it. So thank you once again for coming in here and explaining yourself and being here to support this as well. Very much appreciated, and we respect you, dear.
And then on my computer, I have 1 to 2. And those are like my initial notes. See, this is my, so like, so like, this was my, like, once I realized that shit was being spread everywhere, I realized that this whole, and everything you're going to see, and I'll show you like the last thing that was said to me, which actually, I think we're about to be there. Hold on. So I did that like angry thing. I said, what? And she said, it had to have been Steve or Kane, but I don't think it was Kane. No, there's not too much more. Basically, the whole gist of this, I think there's only one page. I've hardly slept. I am scared as shit. I am so scared. I said, I am so sorry. I can't believe this even happened, or that people don't understand that not everything is for the public. And she said, fucking disaster. And that was it. And then I didn't say anything again until I realized that just about the whole world had been sent the footage. And then I spoke to someone, like a part of the YouTube channel that, as I understand it, had put it out, like, initially. Just one of the people. And that person, and that's only one person of many, so it's hard to tell, you know, what everybody else is thinking. But that person was like, that is not the conversation that we had. So I didn't ask for screenshots. I don't care. I want, like, out of this because I'm like disgusted, like, in the sense that, you know, and someone was asking me today, like, well, why do you, obviously, like, this person was fucking with you. So, like, what loyalty do you have to this person? Like, what is this motherfucker's name and what is their phone number? And I was like, yeah, that is what happened, probably. But the truth is, like, if I fell for anything with this, it was simply that I thought someone was actually in danger and then was angry for that person and their children being in danger. You know what I mean? If the intention was to get me to post it, that's just silly. Because I say what I mean, and, like, I mean what I say. So if you tell me that you need some help and you don't want anyone to know, that means, like, my best friends I talk to on a daily fucking basis aren't going to know either. And they didn't until it appeared. So that's that. I hope that cleared a couple things up. Lacey, I better not get called as a witness. I will definitely give her name up for that for sure. There is no new chilling audio, Sean. Even if I did have the Google links at this, but, like, I would not be sharing the original footage. And like I've said before, yeah. Well, yeah. Granted, this was only, so Melissa said, what bothers me is that she didn't just reach out about the footage. She already had a complete timeline, names and narrative ready to go. So imagine what these other creators were told. You know, I don't like that specifically for the Lord have mercy. No, it's too late. I would, but we done got through the whole thing. The writing is hella small. Like, I thought for sure I was going to be able to see. It's hard to see. And I'm tired. So, I mean, if I'm being honest, I think there was a lot of people, more than just me, that were they tried to see at this point. So, like, whether it's fake or real, like, I do think that I think that the footage itself, like the visual of the footage, I think is real. But I also think that the problem, like, my problem with it is, I have my notes, but how much of my notes is based off of all of those things that you guys saw that she said prior to sending me the footage? You know what I mean? And I feel like, 100%. Listen. Oh, nope. I meant to get Melissa. She said, we cannot rely on it not being altered now through all the people it has passed through. And that's 100%. Like, that was literally what I was trying to say on my Twitter like a week ago. Like, I hope everybody understands at this point that the likelihood of whatever channel you're watching it on, and I don't even know because I haven't watched any of them, but I can assure you that they've been fucked with in some way, whether it's just like the pixels, like, trying to change like the contrast and zoom in and, amplify the noise and stuff like that. Like all of those things when you're trying to review footage.
Okay, guys, come on now. Kim is not responsible for everything. You guys, like, please, let's be respectful. Okay, she had nothing to do with this. I don't even think she's in here and is not saying a word. So nothing to do with this, guys.
Like this, and you're even with your intentions being good, if you don't really understand like how those little things can affect the actual footage itself or picture itself, then I think I see the narrative here. I think there's a couple things here. I think this was like a, you weirdos, not you weirdos, but there's a bunch of weirdos around here who think that demand that really, that like, I think Brian Koberger's guilty simply because I'm like not ready to put him in a chair and
you have to show your face completely. I can't see your face. There we go. What can I do for you?
I have no idea.
What'd you jump up for? Okay. All right.
Shoot him. Shoot him dead. Without having a trial. But that doesn't mean that I'm not super excited to hear what this, like, I would hope after all this shit that's happened that they have some good evidence. I really hope they do. But I think that the narrative was from this original person. This has to get out. Killer's not Brian Koberger because the killer has a sunroof. There it is.
And it's not even a mantra. That's
I
part
personally,
of it.
that bald feller, ever since that bald-headed man, ever since I saw him put out, like, I had no idea
that people did shit like that, like make fake audios of like people's children being murdered, put it on the internet. And truth be told, like, even if it was real, if it was real footage and that is what was in the footage, I don't understand. I just don't understand the point of putting that out there for a family. Like, would you really want a family to hear their child be like, as a mother? Like, I wouldn't. I don't understand. I do not understand. I would never want a mother to come across a video of their child being murdered, even if it's just a sound. Like, what the actual fuck? So people do it. Like I said, I like officially wash my hands of this. I quite literally don't want to discuss it any further. But I think it's clear. I think it's kind of clear what's like going on here. And when I told like everybody about it, they, like my actual friends, like, I'm like, this is what's going on. They're like, obviously they tried to get you to do something. They probably were trying to get you to leak it. And I was like, you know what? Like, that can't be true. Like, look at what this person is saying. Like, they're really scared. Like, why would this person sit here and say stuff like they're scared? They're scared for their children, for my children. Like, why would you do that? Crime Solver, I don't know this person, but did speak to this person and heard their voice. And
it's a legitimate phone number to an actual person. And so that was my other thing. Like, I was like, look, like, this is like a productive, like, member of society. Like, this is like a lady that's older than me. Like, she has a good job. Like, like, why would she be like messing with it? It just didn't make any sense to me. And regardless, I was not willing to like ignore this person that seemed genuinely terrified. Like, what would I have had to lose in doing what she asked and forwarding it to someone that could help her? Even if the help that they gave was to tell her she was fucking nuts and that you couldn't hear none of that stuff and to please calm down. You know what I mean? Even if that was all that help would do. Yeah, crime solver, I confronted her about sending it to fucking everybody. Because people that are really scared don't do that. And I genuinely thought she was scared. So
it was a sham. She used her for this, is what it is, and it's disgusting.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, we are all aware that there's like a lot of people that don't like me, right? So it's not like out of the realm of, oh, no doubt she's watching Sweet and Salty. It's not like out of the realm of possibility that someone would try to set me up to like look like some scumbag that, they all think that I'm like here for clicks and views, and I apparently make a lot of money from YouTube, And so, hi, leaker. But Leslie, this is yeah, I'm not monetized. I'm not monetized. I don't know where this check is for this unmonetized YouTube that I have. This is my only one. Leslie said maybe the person who had the video is afraid of the police or the gag order. So here's the thing. The people that are under the gag order, the non-dissemination order, are only law enforcement, investigators, lawyers, the neighbors, witnesses, the DoorDash driver, the private party, like all of those people, everybody at the grub truck, none of those people are under the gag order. All of them, Kane can share his footage to everyone. Now, could that person be afraid of the police? Sure. That's what I was thinking. It's not outrageous. If you guys knew, like, when there's active missing people.
This is what I thought too, is that this person was afraid that the police would come after her, possibly for a couple reasons. Okay. One, that she's putting this out, or that she has this information, and if it is good information, that they would come after her for that. That's a good thought, that I had. Draw, thank you. For a stranger to ask a person to be their conduit to transfer information, video, or otherwise, smack is a setup, regardless as to whether they are a decent member of society. Thank you again, Draw, for that super chat. I appreciate you.
Cases. I try to put myself way out there, as you can reach out to me, especially when we're talking about like teenage kids that run away. And
much love to you, Higher Ground. We love you, dear. Thank you.
Some people are not comfortable with speaking to the police. I get that. So you kind of sounded like me making the excuses because I thought this person was genuinely scared. But again, actions such as then sending that footage that has you so scared to YouTubers, a bunch of them, they're not conducive to each other. That action does.
No, and if you think about it, we all had this video within a 2 to 3 day period of time. And I mean, all of us, everybody had it. Okay. I had it. It was in my inbox. I woke up one morning and I had it. Didn't have any idea what it was. Okay. It was sent to me. It was sent to CJ, Rory. I believe Drunk Turkey ended up with it as well. Lana had it. Jules had. We all got it. Okay. Harsh got it, I believe, too. I think every creator that I can think of ended up with this. So that was kind of ironic to me that we all got it because we were all working at the same times too. To me, I questioned how we got it. Okay. Is it real? You know, of course we all delved right into it because it was new. It was something new. We all wanted to know what the hell it was. All right. And then as we were covering this stuff, you guys, I was noticing that it was being enhanced immediately. Okay. Immediately. As I'm going through the original footage, what I thought was the original footage, I should say, that I received, I was also getting emails giving me enhanced versions of it immediately. I know CJ was getting it. Me and CJ went together on this and started to try to tear it apart. Jules popped in and was looking at it like, this is what I think about this. She did her own thing on it. We were all invested in this 1,000%. And at this point, what I'm gathering is that this person played this whole scam with Sleuthie, sadly. In turn, was dropping it to all of us as well. Okay? Because she wanted it put out there. And it almost looks like, if you're following what this video is that she did this whole thing and then dropped it to all of us and then made it look as if Sleuthie tried to do that, which we know that she didn't. She doesn't do these things, okay? And like I said, it's just common sense. If you look at what Sleuthie has done in the community till now, okay? Everything she's done till now in this community has been all positive work, okay? Why all of a sudden now would you go, okay, it's time. Let me take off my wig and my mask, and here I really am. Let's put it out there. I know that was ridiculous, you guys. But anyway, I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense, period. It doesn't. It just doesn't make sense to me, okay? And that's why I'm glad that she put this out. She shouldn't have had to do this. That's the other thing that I'm bothered by, okay? That people automatically go to the negative for positive creators that do positive things on a daily basis in these cases. This woman that has done nothing but positive reinforcement in the community has to, in turn, go and defend herself against this. When again, in her mind, all she thought she was doing once again was helping somebody that was scared to death, as we all see in the messages that she's showing us, okay? It's sad. It's sad, sad, sad. And I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted with it. I've looked up to her because she was here before me. I've learned from her. I continue to. I respect her. I respect her opinions and her thoughts. I've built off of her, if you know what I'm saying. I've learned how to do things the way that she does things. I'm a very, very grateful to who she's been in this community. So in turn, the only thing we can do is to look at this, you guys, at least in my mind, and say, you know, damn, that's a bunch of bullshit. People suck and they shouldn't do these things, guys, but they do. You know, I'm learning that. I didn't expect whatever that person that did what she did to me to do to me, but we have to know that people not everybody's going to like us. It is what it is. So, and it definitely was not an Elantra, you guys, in that video. I mean, I've been saying that for months. It's a BMW. We found the exact identical car. Okay. Not knowing why the hell we were even looking for the car. That's the problem, but we did it. Okay. It is. I agree, Jameson. I'm sorry if I called you sir back then. I did not realize. I just took the name. So my deepest apologies for that. Truly amazing now that we believe it's a setup. You all should do videos on that so you can counteract what the NN people have probably got in the works. Oh, well, that's why I'm putting this out. We're showing, that's one of the reasons why, thank you, Jameson, for the comment, why we're reviewing this, to show that this is what happens, guys, in this community, and that these things can happen, okay? When all we're trying to do is help people, we have people in the background that are doing things like this. For what gain is this going to give you, you know? It's just, it's insane. Insane. That's right. Thank you, Devil Doll, for that comment. Gordon says, 1 second, guys. Sorry, guys. Gordon says that Abracadabra, the person that Sleuthie is talking about, is the person we got the footage from. But the story is totally different, and I think this is a big misunderstanding based on emotions and assumptions. I don't know. I don't know. I can agree with that somewhat, Gordon, but to me, it looks like it was a sham the whole time, most of it, you know, and that she had to pay the price for this, sadly. Over 70, I'm glad that Sleuthie put out this video in this format. She's very original, or she is a real original contributor and deserves our full congratulations and support for a job well done. As I've been saying, yes, not negative attention, not negative energy, none of that. She deserves nothing but appreciation and positivity, in my opinion. You guys don't have to agree. I'm just saying. At some point, I know nobody trusts anybody out here either, guys. I understand it. I get it. I don't either, okay? I don't trust anything that I can get from out here. Unless I know that, somebody please either leave or come back in, because the number thank you. That number makes me nervous. Exactly, Gordon. As I said, I think others received different messages than what was sent to me based on your reaction when I showed you, but I can speak on conversations I didn't have. Can't speak, sorry. And that's what it's all about. That is all what it's all about. This was, you know, somebody was manipulating people for this. Again, for whatever reason it was, it did work for a little while, okay? But the truth is always going to come to the surface eventually. Eventually, it's going to happen. Alicia Quintero, welcome. There's a lot of people, a lot of shit going on with creators right now, digging into people's history to F with them. True crimes has become another thing, and it's scary. It's become, it has fallen into the drama community type scenario. Sadly, it has. It very much has.
Does not equal those feelings.
You're missing the point, Vincent. Okay. If the source of the video didn't trust Ellie, why should they trust some YouTube content? Why shouldn't they? You're not understanding what that. If you listen to what you just said. If the source of the video did not trust law enforcement, why should they trust some YouTube creator? Because if this I'm just saying, okay, if this person didn't trust law enforcement because they think they're corrupt or whatnot, going to somebody like Sleuthie it does make sense, okay? Because she's respectable, has been respectable, shows that, has proven that time and time again, and a lot of people look up to her. In turn, I can see somebody doing something like that, not knowing who to go to because you don't trust law enforcement. Who else do you know to go to then? because she is trustworthy, as she's proven. She still has not released the name of this person. And she's not going to because she's trustworthy. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Vincent. You know what I mean? How would they know the YouTube concurrent isn't working with Ellie? Well, a lot of people don't think that deep, first of all. And if they've watched Sleuthie's stuff, I would never think she's working with law enforcement. I mean, that's kind of a loaded question. You know what I mean? Yeah, in that sense, Vincent, I can agree with you. I can. Unfortunately, some of us do like to see the good in people. I will always have. You know that. If you've been in here, I believe that Sleuthie does try to do that as well. Okay. She says, I've 100% been sent information not for the public by scared individuals, as have I. In other cases, requesting I look into it and forward it to law enforcement so people do it. It happened with me. Again, that number needs to change. Somebody leave or come in, please. I don't like that number at all. I don't like that number. Come on. Somebody leave or come back in. There we go. I've done it in this case alone. I've done it with at least 6 different people, guys, that nobody knows anything about, that have brought certain information to me that I'm like, well, okay. And I forward it on to the police. Don't even say a word about it, because I make that promise to people. If you can't trust or you're not comfortable going to law enforcement, give it to me and I'll send it to them. You know what I mean? Because that's what we're supposed to be doing. That's what we do. That's what this is all about. What? Right, Raul. It is now, Anna. It was at 666. So sorry. That's just an uncomfortable number for me. Right, Cowboy. But like I said, if this lady was uncomfortable doing that, whether she was worried that maybe she would get arrested, or maybe she'd be looked into, or she just doesn't trust law enforcement, she needed somebody else to be able to go to. Okay? That's kind of what we do out here, guys. There's a lot of people that come to me to, we're going to talk about Tollison too, Anna. We don't have a lot, but we're going to talk about them. But that's what we do, is people, we're here for people, to help people, to trust people, or for people to trust us. Okay. To do the right thing. We're supposed to be here for that. I can say that not everybody does it. Thank you, Annie. That's my thought. I'm the same way. I would go to her too. Again, because she's been here before me. She's been a little bit more in depth into this before me. I do have my knowledge as well on this stuff. I really do. But sometimes we just need to be able to trust somebody. There's a couple of people. I would go to Jules for anything. I would go directly to Jules. Nothing against Sleuthie, but I know Jules better. I'm getting to know Sleuthie better, but I've always watched her. Okay. But I would go to Jules probably before I would go to anybody, just because that's how I've been with her. Okay. I trust her with everything. And, or Mama Bear, or Mama Bear and a couple of my specific moderators would be the first people I would talk to this about. Then I would go to Jules. What do I do with this? If I couldn't do that, then I would go to probably Sleuthie. There's times that I've talked to Daniel about things that I'm not like comfortable with. Okay. From Drunk Turkey. He knows. I've talked to, Dan and Steve at Publicly Buzzed about certain things. I would go to Harsh. There's certain people you would trust in this community to do certain things with. Okay. There's certain people that you wouldn't trust in this community, that because they are here strictly for entertainment purposes and or to, personal gain, possibly. A lot of us are here. Some people do have personal gain in some senses, but we still are here for the real deal end result, to get real justice for these cases. That's all there is to say about it. Bob Mata, yes. Angela, I agree. I think he knows what he's talking about, and I think he could be trusted in a sense, But in cases like this, we need to be able to have people to go to talk to be able to lean on, in a sense, if we're unsure of something. And I think a lot of us do that with each other. We will contact each other and say, hey, what do we do with this? How would you handle this? How would you handle that? I don't know, Baron. I don't watch that kind of stuff. I haven't seen any of that. So now, in some senses, yeah, it's very far few in between the people you should trust. Okay, I do agree with that one. I do. So, especially you guys, we have a little more access as creators at certain things than you guys do, but you guys all have the ability to be those people too. So, I don't know. I think they probably do as well, MK, at this point, Well, I don't know if they've done this, but I don't know. I don't know how to think on that, Right. That's a good point, Walt. There are some channels I've seen myself personally that do change things up and mix things up to make things fit to a narrative. I don't really say I agree with that. Yes, Miss Sherry K, I agree. Thank you, Annie, again for what you had to say yesterday. We do appreciate you. But again, I think that's let me end this up for you guys real quick here. It's at the end now.
And as for this, Ivy, I'm sorry that you're disappointed, but some things aren't for the public. And someone being scared about footage that they saw where they thought that they were listening to two people being murdered is not something that the whole internet needed to know about.
Very possible, Amy. It is very possible, out of all of us.
So I agree on some things about secrets, but in this instance, I completely disagree with that. Not everything is for the internet. Not everything is for everybody. And this is true. Sometimes the more people that know something, the safer that it is. Yeah, but not YouTubers. Not YouTubers. Wanting to reach out to different lawyers and things like that. Yeah, sure. But not YouTubers, not people on, yes, I'm considered part of the public, Ivy. Yes. Yes. It's not even necessarily for me. It just so happens that she come across somebody that wasn't willing to just put it the fuck out there. Like monetize my channel and then immediately release it. And be the first one to post. So yeah, while I am a part of the public, you didn't see me sitting there asking her for that footage. I didn't need to see it. I was going to help her forward it to where she asked it to go to, because not everything is for the public. That's all there is to it. Yes, I am part of the public. So now you guys know. I appreciate you all being here. I'm like super rasky. Yes. Yes, Lacey. I would like to talk about this at some point, please. Because we did discuss this, but I do want to kind of get into 100%, Melissa. Thank you for saying that. I could have used it for my own benefit. Except I wouldn't do that. Yes, we've been talking about the same thing for an hour, Unicorn. And if I wasn't so tired, we'd probably be talking about the same thing 2 hours from now. Is Papa Roger in here? Oh, he is. Welcome, Papa. All right, you guys.
You don't have to thank me. Stop it.
I did, Annie, and thank you, dear.
I'm just glad everybody
Very
knows.
much.
So please share if you want. I don't know if this will look better on a phone where you can
Thank you,
I
Miss
don't know if
Paula.
you
I
can zoom in
appreciate
or whatever.
Thank you, Rory, if you can hear me. I appreciate that as well.
I could probably mess around with the idea some. But hopefully this cleared it all up. No, I didn't monetize. Why are you twisted? You don't see how this... No, I didn't monetize, don't monetize, never released the footage, never told nobody about the footage until the footage appeared on YouTube, and even then I didn't pretend like I didn't know nothing about it. Lord have mercy. All right, I love you guys. Go to bed.
Papa Roger is not BK. He's been in here multiple times too.
Oh, good. You can zoom from a phone.
Okay. Love you all. Good night.
Sorry about the echo, guys. It's over now. All right. And then there it is, guys. That's it. Okay. It explains everything. Thank you, Sleuthie, once again for jumping up here to explain. You know, I'm sorry that you had to do that.
Never mind.
Sorry, folks. My son was talking to me. Let's see. Yeah, Kane is the owner of the apartments, the landlord of where the videos originated. Okay. Again, thank you, Sleuthie, dear. We appreciate you. And God bless, sweetie. I hope things slow down for you. You definitely don't deserve to go through all this crap. And I hope it does calm down. I really do. I hope I helped a little bit, possibly. I doubt it, but you know, I try. Only because that's what I believe you deserve, and I have a high respect for you, and you shouldn't have to be going through this. So I definitely feel the same way, Dean, and thank you for saying that, brother. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Everybody's saying it. Thank you, Sleuthie. Yes. Absolutely, hon. Absolutely. Anytime I can help with anything, I'm here for you. Please know that. I got your back. Hello, hello. Is that you, Draw? Here she is. How are ya?
Oh, hi.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you. I can see you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I hear you
Hello?
fine.
Oh,
I can
I'm
hear you.
so sorry. Hi. Okay, good. Well, that's a shame that you can see
That's
me. But
okay.
anyway, okay. Well, this is Draw Latina, aka
Yes.
Doctora Latina. May I make a couple of comments?
Please, please do.
Okay, I have
Absolutely.
to have my sunglasses on because I'm outside.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. Well, okay. So, I think that you know, I hate drama. I hate crama.
Yes,
And I
I
hate
agree.
gossip. But I feel that in my only 3 years of experience in the true crime community, and I have a little channel myself, what I have found is that when creators become more popular and they begin to ally themselves one with the other, which you all have done, like you and CJ, etc., Sleuthie, you know,
Right.
Jules, etc., and you show alliance one with the other and Harsh to sort of uplift one another and to sort of move forward, you know, in as a group, right?
Right.
My observation has been that there sadly is a lot of jealousy that happens.
Yeah.
A lot of sort of what I call grammar school gossip girl sort of stuff that happens, and backstabbing. And I was waiting, frankly, in the past month or so, to as I got to know you all better, the channels that I've mentioned.
Right.
I was holding my breath, frankly, waiting to see when and how you all would be subverted and, undermined for
Right.
your efforts. And it's
Gotcha.
a shame. It really is a shame because this video, whether it's true, false, or in between, and I have my opinions, really served its purpose in some ways, which was to divide and conquer your community,
Right.
your little sub community, let's say, in the
Right. Right. No, I agree.
So,
I agree.
so that's one thing. Number two, I mean, I don't know Sleuthie at all. I mean, I've never spoken to the woman. I've followed her quite closely.
Right. Right.
And of course, we never know one another, right? These are all what we call parasocial relationships on the internet. But we can glean over time, I think, which people are, people of integrity and which are not. I've made mistakes. I've thought people were honorable. And then a year or two later, I found out, oh my goodness, they really are dishonorable, right?
Definitely.
So, but the bottom line is my gut feeling for today, and I don't see that it should change, is that Sleuthie Goosie is a person of integrity, and that she acted the way she discerned and felt was appropriate
Right.
in this case.
I agree with you.
And
Yes.
I think for people to stand up and launch grenades at her, or arrows, so to speak, is really unwise, because I think and I also think of this as, I'm a practicing physician, and I think about all the things I hear every day from every way, from different patients, from law, and for everything, right?
Yes.
And, my number one belief is that as adults, we need to filter and discern, and not just have a reflex and say, oh, I got this document, or somebody told me this, I'm going to let the police know this. But really just to kind of really cogitate and chew on the information, whatever that information is. I myself receive lots of back, in the YouTube. Now I'm talking about YouTube. People do call me, they do write me, other creators, whatever, and they trust me for whatever their decision to trust me is. But I have can be honest, I've never actually publicized any of what conversations go on in private, because that would be up to the creator to make that decision, or the person, whatever. So I guess I'm trying to defend Miss Sleuthie here. I just think she did the prudent thing, and it's up to her to decide whether it would merit forwarding this packet of documents, video, whatever, to law enforcement or to whomever. And she really doesn't owe us as the public any explanation, in my opinion.
Right. Right. I very much agree with you. And there's shit. That's why I feel that she did exactly what I would have done, what you would have done, what anybody that has, and in my opinion, and I don't want this to sound insulting in any way, but anybody that has integrity within themselves would do that. In a sense, the way that she was approached with this, that's exactly how I would have reacted, the same way that she did as well. I would not put this person's name out unless that person said, put my name out there. I want everybody to know who I am. That's a different story, but that is definitely not what we're here to do.
Yeah, I really think that's when we stoop to gossip and slander and libel. I think we have to be very careful. The one concern, I did say this to Sleuthie in chat a few minutes ago, that I have, is that what I worry about in general with social media is when people forward documents and or photographs, whatever, in the name of, I need your help, or can you be a conduit, like I said earlier.
Yes.
And I am really reticent myself, and I've actually declined people, even creators, to send me things, depending on what they want to send, because I don't want to be pulled into a net or a web of interstate illegal activity, or you know what I'm saying, or like you publish something and you had no right to it, or attach my name to something that I don't, it's like you're in the airport and somebody says, can you hold on to my baggage for me? You stand there and hold it, then suddenly the canine dogs come and you're being arrested for drugs. And I really do think we don't, and this is the last thing I'm going to say. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Take your time. You can say anything else.
But I do think that we, and I include myself, have to be really careful about social media, because the laws, interstate laws, passing on information. I remember in one case, some content creator, and then there was also another, like a sub person who seemed quite honorable, asked me, can I send you these photos I found of X person? And I said, no, you can't. I don't want to be in possession of any compromising photos, for instance, right?
Right. No, I understand.
Because I think first and foremost, right? I mean, first and foremost, I think, yes, you're right. We want to be helpful to people. There are people that don't feel comfortable going to law enforcement and stuff. But I think we also need to be self-protective and not be manipulated.
I agree.
So these are my thoughts on this case. Not this case, this sub case.
Right.
This very weird Idaho 4 case.
Very beyond weird.
So that's.
I thank you, Draw, so very much.
It is beyond weird.
Yes. And I always respect your thoughts and theories on everything. I always enjoy hearing what you have to say. It's very insightful and very informative in a lot of ways. And I thank you so very much.
Well, I'm going to add that, that I'm not going to get specific, but the issue that happened, the issue that happened with you late evening of yesterday, I think is another example of folks trying to undermine you or other creators who are gaining traction in this case, for instance. And it causes me great pain to see, and I myself, believe me, child, I have been undermined and I've been bashed on the internet. I mean, on social media, on YouTube by other creators also, and it has given me pause. And sometimes I take a step back for months at a time because I'm like, I don't have time for this. But I hate to see how you, that it really, triggered you and got in your craw. And I just want to encourage you, as a colleague, and I can't say that you're a friend because I barely know you, but just that I want you to keep going forward with your truth and with your mission and your rules, like you said, what your 3 rules are, and try to just not even engage the people that are trying to undermine you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. Thank you very much with that.
I'm going to hop back into chat. I'm going to hop back into chat at this point because I don't know if BK is innocent, guilty, or in between. I'm just still collecting information.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
One thing I will say though is that I myself have lost faith in the authorities in this case, and I think if they had been more transparent and honorable, we wouldn't be having all of this questioning. Right.
I agree with that 1000%. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to jump off. Thanks for having me. I'm sorry I had my sunglasses on.
No, it's okay. Thank you for wanting to jump up here. I appreciate you very much, as we all do, I believe.
Okay. I'm going to jump back into chat, and then actually I'm going back to patient care in about a half an hour. Okay,
all righty then. You have a great day.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you for the super chat, Lana. I appreciate that. Lana says that Draw Latina is someone who is very informative and kind. I'm happy she has a voice here as well as other places. She's real AF. Yes, ma'am, she is. I do believe she is real as it gets. Innocent until proven guilty. Prove it, and I'll say guilty. Thank you very much. Same thing, I believe. Thank you very much, Lana. We appreciate you, dear. And right, where are we at here? Make sure I didn't miss anything important here. If you need to, June, if you want to come up here and say something, I can do that. I give you guys your voice whenever I can. If you need to jump up here, June, you want to say something, there's a link that's pinned in the chat. Click on that, and you can jump up here real quick to state what you'd like to say, my dear. I didn't time you out, Dinky. I have no idea. I'm sorry. I don't know what went on with that. I didn't see it. I support real people, and I only want real people supporting me. You can have your opinion all day, but you can't spray hate with your opinion. No, check that shit at the door. Amen to that one, sis. I'm looking, Heather. I'm still looking, Heather. I didn't see. It must be up here. I'm working it. I must have missed it, Heather. I don't see it here. Hold on a second. Amen to that one, Jennifer. Thank you. Be pavement. That's right. Thank you, CJ. Love you, brother. Response to Vincent. I'm looking, Heather. I don't see it, hon. Let me see here. Can you show me your face, A New Day? Real quick, just for a second. I won't put it up there. I just need to see it back here. That's all. Okay. All right, hon. You can hide it now if you want to. Just got to make sure somebody's not trying to show me some nasty stuff. That's all. It happens, believe it or not. I'm sorry to say, but welcome, hon.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. I'll be quick.
Take your time. What can I do for you?
Okay, this is just something that, from what I've noticed, I've noticed that some of the larger media, news stations have come on recently and said and kind of put down the YouTubers or internet sleuths.
Oh yeah.
But I've just really seen that within the last month, and I think doing that is kind of a new thing. But I also feel like I heard about Sleuthie, and then I also heard about T-Rev, where the grandmother called. Well, and I'm like that's they're being very sophisticated. Whoever's trying to call and con. Okay, I think a possibility would be that these major news outlets, they're tracking their numbers every day. Where are we losing viewers? Are we losing people tuning in? Where is it going? Where are we losing our market to? And it kind of feels like maybe some of these very credible, very knowledgeable sleuths that are on YouTube are being targeted, because I know when I pull up my YouTube or my stuff, I go to them first. And that's something that's new for me to do that.
Right.
So, I mean, and I kind of think, well, how are you to say that this sleuth or whatever YouTuber is don't go? I mean, as if we're supposed to just blindly trust a large major news channel to give us their truth. So,
yes, ma'am.
So their marketing, they're looking at where their views are going. They're looking and targeting where they're losing market share to. And a lot of it, I feel like, are these incredible people who have stepped up, and we're sharing with each other. So
Right.
that's something that I thought of as far as a I don't know.
Well,
And
I feel you're right. You're right to an extent, and I feel it's because a lot of YouTube channels have been calling out. This is one reason, and you're right that their ratings have dropped because a lot of people are not trusting the news anymore. And a lot of us have called out mainstream media because of the lies, the deceit, the fact that they're continuously becoming more and more scripted actors. That they don't bring us the real truth in the news. They bring us what they're scripted to bring us.
yes, well, and what really tipped me off was the sophistication that someone would come and pose as a grandmother, that someone would go try to bait people. That just, I don't know. I know I am hands down sure they're tracking their market share. They can see where people are going. I mean,
Right.
it's a trend for me for sure. I used to go to the news. I don't anymore. I don't.
Well,
So,
and neither do I because I don't trust it anymore because I can get better. I can find out
it, and
more
I
real
honestly,
realistic
exactly.
news myself. Right.
Yes. And I just want to give a big shout out to Sleuthie. I think she's incredible. She's so well spoken. I love her sass. I love
Absolutely.
her knowledge. So you be careful. And you got a lot of people that really respect you.
And I thank you for that, and I thank you for the comment towards Sleuthie because I agree with you very much. So, thank you so very much. All right. All right. And Melody Kingwood, thank you very much. Love and support you, Dago. You have the most welcoming space. Thank you very much, my dear. I appreciate you. And I appreciate that so very much. Very much so. Let's see. Dr. Moore and his wife need support. That's a fact. That is a fact. It's a sad scenario. It really is. K13 ran, or is it K13? Yeah, okay. I don't know about anyone else from the UK. Feels the same, but I never touch mainstream US media. Real people have the truth. Channels like this and others are awesome. And that's another reason why I feel that the mainstream media does not like us. Like I was stating, we do bring you guys as much of the truth as we can. Okay. We differentiate and research and try to separate the truth from fact or I'm sorry, separate fact from fiction is what I was trying to say. Because there's so much of it that is fiction out there. I truly learned being out here how much of mainstream media you can't trust. It's very sad. They'll show us one thing. I'll watch on the morning news, having my coffee. I'll get in here to do my work and start researching certain things. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's not true. They blatantly lie about this. They twist the narrative on it to make you believe what they want you to believe. And she was right. A lot of it is because their ratings have dropped so dramatically. They don't like us. They don't like us. We don't follow scripts. Okay. We don't put on a suit and a tie and come in here and say, okay, guys, here's what's going on in the world today. Hold on a minute. Let me look at my teleprompter. Okay. Can I say that? No. No, what we do is we come out here in whatever the hell we're wearing, whether it's a tank top and shorts, jeans and a heavy metal t-shirt, or a bathing suit, or bra and underwear. It doesn't matter. And we give you what we find as real and what we feel is real, because that is what you guys deserve. That is what we all deserve, you guys. And that's why we do that. Okay? And it is all, you're right, Angela. That's a fact. MSM is nothing but propaganda, period. It is state-run TV. That is a fact. And that's the sad thing. Me and CJ had a conversation about this not too long ago. That we have become the new news, the real news. And mainstream media is a TV show. They're TV shows, guys. Complete TV shows. They're censored. They're scripted actors. It's all it is. And it's sad. It is very sad. So what you have to do every day is you can watch your news in the morning, and then you need to go here to get the truth out of it. That's all you got to do. And that's the way it's been for quite a while. That's a fact. Real news comes from real people that don't expect a paycheck every Friday. Okay? It is. Pajamas. Okay. Quilted Northern doesn't control per word spoke. Very good point, CJ. Good to see you, Randy. Thanks for joining us today. Okay, guys. Moving forward. Oh, there she is. There she is. Hey.
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
Can you hear me okay?
Not really. We go through this every time. I'm
I
sorry.
know you can hear me.
A little bit. I can hear you a little bit. It's just muffled real bad. That's all.
All right. Well, I won't be long anyway. I'm hoping that I'm hoping Sleuthie's still listening, and I just want to make my own plea, like everybody else has, for her not to leave
Right.
and go anywhere. You know, Sleuthie to me is like a light. She's like
Annie.
a light in the dark. You know.
Hold on, Annie. Sleuthie, it's Annie Potts. She asked who that was. But yeah, it's Annie Potts. Right. Go ahead, hon. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I just wanted to say, I hope that she doesn't leave. I hope that I know like the negative, can really get to people, but she's she's the light in the dark. She has an amazing brain. She's a critical thinker. I love her work. And I also just want to point out for anybody making these statements that, oh, she's probably working for law enforcement. Well, if she is, she's doing a horrible job considering all of the things that have been pointed out regarding law enforcement in this case. So I just want to kind of throw that out there. I'm confident she's probably not an informant for law enforcement.
I agree. That's the last thing I would ever imagine. So yeah, I agree with you.
So yeah, I love you, and I love her, and I love Lana, and I hope all y'all stick around for a long time.
I appreciate you, Annie. We all do. We love you.
Take care. Bye.
You too, darling. Thank you again. Alana says, I have a good question for everyone to consider. Say you were Zab Girl, and how would you have handled it all when approached by mainstream media for a story that has continued to re-victimize? Interesting. That's a good point, Lana. Very good point. Very good point. That's right. Thank you, Annie. We appreciate you, dear. Lana, thanks for jumping in here today, hon. I appreciate you as well. Ohio strong. Hey, hey. Gotta love it. All right, guys. I keep getting off track here. But there's so much to say. There's so many great people. So I got to do it. I got to do it. You know how that goes. Yeah, I guarantee you I knew that one. Gotcha, Lana. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not even going to touch on that scenario. Whoever's backstage, I need to see your face. Oh, looks like Brian Hoffman is back, my friends. Mr. Brian, how are you, brother?
Fine. Wait a second. I forgot to turn off the audio.
It's all right. You sound great, though.
Yeah, no, I'm getting there, but I forgot my headphones.
That's all right. I'm glad you finally got this figured out.
Well, half-ass figured out. It's an endless mess.
I understand. Absolutely, Miss Amy or Miss Potts. Miss Annie. God. Too many names, guys.
You know what just happened right before this? The answering machine went on with this like doctor's appointment thing. Really loud. Okay, are we settled?
Gotcha. Yes, sir. What can I do
Are we
for
settled?
Yes.
Okay, and am I not like, not blinding people, deafening people? Because on Rory's show, I resulted in blinding people.
No. You're doing good. You're like I said, you're getting the hang of it little by little. You'll be a professional by next week.
Slowly. It's a shame I don't know how to hang
Right.
a picture.
No, I mean,
Look at
well,
that picture. I don't know how to hang a picture.
No. Look, hold on. It looks good. If you sit like this, it's perfect. It's perfect like this.
Yeah,
I love
you're
it,
right.
Brian. It's a great picture. Great picture.
Okay. I'm still doing one thing wrong. Hold on, guys, because I'm getting the other video still on the audio. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'll get it down after a while. Okay. So, okay. First, I want to say to Sleuthie, my dear, that it's really a rotten day in YouTube land when you come on and I'm hearing people doubting Sleuthie. I mean, that was just stunning to me.
I agree.
But the one thing, well, there are a couple things that I want opinions on from you guys, okay? And we all have oh, that's so funny, Sleuthie. We all have like so much information about this case, and it seems like, especially with the court stuff, that we kind of like need to do like a cassette player. Okay, we need to put the cassette in, push down, rewind, put it back to December 29th, December 30th, push play, and see the bullshit they were giving us. On December 29th and 30th, they were giving us that they absolutely nailed Brian K. for the crime. They have his touch DNA garbage. Okay, everything is great. Then 3 months later, and I do think it's because of YouTube. I think it's because of all of us. I'm serious. I think they were shocked because 3 months later, they then start saying, okay, we give up. We won't use the trash DNA. And I think they really expected Brian to just say, okay, we don't want your work. Well, Brian said, no, I want your work. Send over your stuff. Okay. I think that freaked them out. Okay. The notion that in a garbage can, all our garbage is touching each other's in the can. Like, really, Dago, can you and I go in our garbage and you tell me which napkin is mine and which is yours? I mean, the whole pretense of that is ridiculous. But the question I want feedback from you all, and I emailed Andrea, but she never emailed me back, is it seems to me if you guys kicked down Brian's door based on bogus BS, then I think that your swab might be c'est la vie. You guys had no reason kicking down the door. You guys had nothing solid forcing Brian to open his mouth, and you stick a swab down. I think it will get tossed because we now know that the garbage DNA is garbage. Okay. And the fact that they were so willing to run from it, to me, means they know. But the bigger deal is the Dawn Daniels thing is when she put in her statement that she put it in the PCA. I have real doubts about this, about the garbage DNA. So don't put me in jail for perjury or anything. Okay. The Dawn Daniels statement is wild, you guys. She flat out says she is scared to death that the DNA from the garbage will be inadmissible. So I just want you to know, Your Honor, that I kind of told you that. God, look at this. I finally get to talk to Dago and he abandons me. Okay, first I'm the stripper on CJ's. Next, I'm the one that's deafening people's eardrums on Rory. Now the host is leaving me.
I'm right here.
I'm messing with you.
I know, but you're doing great here today. So I think you got it all worked out.
I guess I want to know from you guys. Like, Lana, you would know. You're really good at this. Do you think that they can get the swab tossed out because they kicked in the door based on a crock of shit? Lana would know. Jules would know.
Yeah, well, they both would. I would agree. I don't know if you heard him, Lana. He's asking you a question, dear.
Do you think that the swab that they forced Brian to take based on bogus garbage DNA will not be allowed in or admissible in a court of law based on Officer Dawn? Oh, I guess I'm expecting an answer, and that's not going to work. Okay, another thing I wanted to say to you is I'm kind of thinking that a lot of this went so big in the beginning is because of the Reddit nonsense. And a bunch of people went through with all this nonsense that his research paper was to, find how to be a killer. The research stuff is valid. Okay. His project was valid. It was well written.
Right.
The questions were good. They used different measuring scales. And you have to go to your ethics committee when you're doing a study like that on humans. It has to be approved. And if you go back and look at his study, it was approved by his mentors. So the whole notion that this brilliant dude is wanting to find out failed locked up criminals who are now in the penitentiary because they screwed up on how to murder people, that is who you would want to go study, to me is kind of like, trying to find a car mechanic whose business has gone out of business because his cars don't work. Who goes to ask a failed criminal how to be a criminal, and the people you're asking for advice are locked up and caught?
Right.
So that whole pretense was just ludicrous. But I think that is kind of what set this into such a big ordeal, because everybody jumped on that he's really trying to figure out how to do the perfect crime. They're not teaching the FBI behavioral analysts how to murder people. Okay,
right.
It's ridiculous.
Sleuthie said you have to remember that they used the match to his father from the trash in order to obtain an arrest warrant, not any of the search warrants. And as far as the other part of what you're saying, then she said that there were two professors controlling that study, and they said so in an article. And then Lana did respond saying, yes, Sleuthie, that's very important about the search warrants compared to an arrest warrant. Very true.
Okay, so then you guys are both saying that you do think that they will honor the DNA swab after they kicked in the door. I guess that's my question, because it seems to me you guys got in his father's door illegally.
I personally feel that it was completely illegal, in my opinion. It was unconstitutional, 1,000%, in my opinion. That's my opinion, though. I don't know what Lana or Sleuthie thinks about that, but that's how I feel.
Yeah, I do too. Hey, Lana or Sleuthie, will you write back one of you two? That was neat.
Lana said that she says she's on the phone. Can you write the question? So I'm typing it for you real quick.
And hey, you guys, don't get me wrong. I absolutely think he was involved. I do not think he went inside. Okay, he is I'm sorry to use the word. Oh, I won't use the word. I think a dude that's afraid of some blood in a pot is not running around doing that. And I think we have far more qualified candidates 1.7 miles away who have 16 years of military experience, who kind of know how to do this. Little Brian has a laptop. Okay, I don't think Brian, would any of us know how to do that to 4 people in 9 minutes? That's a skill set. That's practice. Okay. And the whole Brent thing I'll save for another thing, but boy, that's a mess. Rory knows that. If you guys have not seen Rory's video when Rory goes out to Brent's apartment complex, it's at 5 minutes and 22 seconds. You need to go watch that. Okay. It is incredible. Guys, Brian went to Brent's apartment complex twice. It is in the PCA. He went to Brent's apartment complex at 2-something and at 5:45. What else do we need? that is not the way to Moscow from Brent's apartment complex. Check out Rory's bread. Okay.
Okay.
And he visually shows us the two roads that
Right.
that Brian was on. Okay. And there's no reason to go by Brent's apartment complex coming and going. Come on, y'all. Come on. I think I'm gonna get off.
He went completely the wrong direction that he shouldn't have. So yeah, I agree with you on that one, Brian.
No, he went right. He went right to Brent's apartment complex. Rory
that's
shows
what I'm
you.
saying. He didn't need to do that. So yeah.
Yeah. The Johnson Road. Okay, it was Johnson Road. That's like the front of Brent's, I think. And then Nevada Street. What was the other one? It's the road right behind Brent's apartment complex. Okay. Now, until we can answer that question, I don't think that I'm being anti-vet. Okay. And I've gotten a lot of static. In fact, I've only really been able to
Heather,
bring
it's
it
pinned
up.
in chat. Right. Okay, Brian. Yeah, Heather, it's pinned in the chat.
What's pinned?
Sorry. One of my mods was asking me about the link for this, and it's pinned in the chat right now.
The link for what? The StreamYard thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll get off. It was fun.
All right, Brian.
Thank you for having me,
buddy. I appreciate having you up here. Thank you.
You all be good. Take care, Sleuthie. We love you and we trust you. Bye, Lana. Is Mama okay?
Yeah, she's working today. That's why she's not here, but she's fine.
Okay. All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Be good.
You too. Thank you so much, Brian. Bye-bye.
I'll hang the picture straight. I hate the word straight.
There you go.
I haven't been straight in ages, but I'll make the goddamn picture straight. Bye.
There you go. There you go, buddy. There you go. All right, Heather, there's the link again in the chat, hon. 1 second here. Alrighty, here we go. Thank you again, Brian. I appreciate you. I pinned it back in there, Heather. Guys, don't forget to go check out Truth and Transparency tonight, 10 p.m., I do believe, Eastern Standard Time. She's got some interesting stuff, guys. We're going to be talking about some trains over there tonight. Seriously now. That's what I saw. Choo-choo. Gotta check it out, guys. Gotta check it out. I know I'll be there. Always interesting. Always interesting. Now, moving forward here. Let's see here. Back to what I was doing. Sorry, guys. Let me get this pulled up here. Been a great show today so far. Sleuthie, thank you for being here. Brian, I appreciate you. Draw Latina, I appreciate you always. Lana, thank you so much for jumping in here with us today in chat. We appreciate you so much as well. And overall, I just appreciate all of you for supporting us all the way that you do and for being here every single day while we do this, guys. The support goes, it means more to all of us creators than anything, guys. I'm telling you, it really does. The fact that you guys support us the way you do, I know I can speak for all of us creators, Lana and Sleuthie and Jules and Truth and, well, I just said Lana, but all of us, we all appreciate you guys' support to no end. I promise you that. As Lana said earlier, if we all work together instead of working against each other, we can make something happen. We can get something done. And please, again, somebody either leave or come in, because that number keeps going back to that. It's freaking me out. Freaking me out. There we go. Thank you, Lana. Please, somebody come in here or get out of here. There we go. That's better. I hate when that happens. I'm so weird with that number. What's going on here? Here we go. All right. Good Lord, why does this keep happening? 1 second, folks. I'm trying to get this all set up and rolling. There it is. Yes, work together. Yes, you got it right. Be there tonight at 10 p.m. Gonna be lit. I will be there, my dear. Thank you, Morgan Le Fay. I appreciate you. I will be there. We all need to be there. We got to support each other. I've been saying this forever, guys. I've been saying it forever and ever and ever. We all have to be able to support each other so that we can grow and do this together. If you can imagine all of these communities out here working together as one whole unit, can you imagine what we can get done with all of our resources, helping each other through these scenarios? Can you imagine what we can get done? We all go on at different times of the day, different days of the week, but we're all putting out the same type thing. And we're all leading off of each other and working with each other to make this happen and make some kind of a positive impact on this. It absolutely could happen, guys, but we have to do it. This is why I have supported Truth and Transparency, the Drunk Turkey Show, Jules of All Trades, Publicly Buzzed. I know I'm forgetting some people right now. Sleuthie, of course, Rory, CJ, all of us. That's why we do what we do it that way, because all we're doing by bouncing and working against each other is causing more turmoil and making more issues in this community, which we don't need. We're not getting anything done doing that. You know what I mean? We take the time that we're spending in our live streams when we're trying to bring stuff to you guys. We have to deal with trolls, and we have to have, the doors open to the daycare. I got to change diapers and deal with things like that. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. You guys don't want to do it. You don't deserve that. None of you guys do, whether if you're in here in this community, because we all share the same communities, guys. We have the same audiences. Lana has the same people in here that I have in there, and that she has in there. I don't know. I didn't say that right. I have the same people in here that Lana has. You guys all go to all of our shows. Okay? Is what I'm saying. It makes sense. I know that was probably a bit much, wasn't it, V? It is what it is. You know what I mean? Thank you, Yvette. Listen to Dago all day while I work. Of course, unless Lana is only. I know. You're fine. I do. I listen to Lana. I've listened to Lana when I'm live before. I listen to Jules 2 to 3 times a day. I'm with CJ usually once, twice a day. Rory's around all the time. I'm over at Publicly Buzzed, not as much as I should be, but as often as I can be. I'm over with Drunk Turkey. He's in here. Daniel's always listening. We're always kind of listening and working with each other in ways. And we may not always agree on everything, guys. That's okay. We can agree to disagree because we're adults. We try to be professionals in what we do. For all of you, okay? It's a good thing. It can be a good thing. Of course not, Angela. We're all together in this, guys. I would never do something like that. You guys are your own people. I go over there with you guys and watch these people. I love it. I like hanging out with you guys in the chats, talking to you guys about things as we're watching these other shows. This is how it's supposed to be, guys. That's how it's supposed to be. We're not supposed to be at each other's throats and fighting over who got what material, who knows what, who doesn't do this. That's not what it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be one unit out here and as a community. You know what I mean? That's right. You got to have your own mind, make your own decisions. Like I said, me and Daniel have been back and forth multiple times about things that he thinks and I don't think, and vice versa. But we still respect each other and we still support each other. Period. Okay? That's the way it works. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's right. Anyway, I'm trying to get this in here. I keep locking myself out of my email because my computer's stupid. It's dickolous. It is dickolous. Meaning ridiculous. Making a joke here. No, see, I disagree with you on that, Vincent. I don't believe that it is a swamp. I think that we are a huge group of very, very good people that want good things. Okay. And I think it's just how we approach certain things sometimes, okay? It doesn't need to be that way, is what I'm saying. And we shouldn't allow it to be that way. We have total control of this, okay? We have total control over this. I do believe so. And we need to keep that control and take more control of it, okay? As a whole, not as separate entities. That's all I'm saying. You guys are amazing. Amazing people. I love you guys. And I love all these creators too. I adore Lana. I love Jules to death. Stevie and Dan at Publicly Buzzed, they're like brothers to me. I love them to death. Daniel, I love Daniel. He's a great dude, okay? And Blue, of course. You can't not love Blue. And I don't get that. I've not really got to meet Jaime too much, but you know, all of these people. Corey, why do I keep saying Corey? Rory and CJ, I love those guys. They're amazing. You know, I spend a lot of time with both of them now. As I told you, there he is. Blue's my boy. Blue's awesome. That's what it's all about, you guys. Unity, okay? And there's, if you haven't noticed, with everything that has happened, you know, Daniel has been not attacked in a way, but you know, negatively affected in a way. It's happened to me. Sleuthie's been attacked in some sense. It's happened. It's happened because we allow the negative things to happen. Daniel didn't really have a choice. He was lied to, so that's not his fault. But I'm just saying, like, this is what people try to take good things apart. They don't want it to be good. They don't want it to succeed. We can't allow that to happen, you guys. We all have to, and that includes you guys, because you guys, the audience that it's in, the people, the community in here, the community in Drunk Turkey Show, the community and in Truth and Transparency, Jules's community, Sleuthie's community, we all have to work together to support our creators and ourselves, okay? Because if you don't, this is what happens. All the negative bullshit we've been dealing with. Somebody's sending me football stuff already. Don't get me excited. I got another month to wait. I can't wait for it either. Go Browns. Sorry, Daniel. All right. Wrong email. Hold up. Thank you, Molly, for that. And thank you for doing that. Oh, here we go. Go Browns. Go Browns. Can't wait for that first game, bro. Can't wait for that first game. Now, just to give you guys a quick little, we got another Steelers fan in here. Come on now. Rory's at Thou Shalt Not Kill. That's correct. CJ is the Evil CJ channel. Jules of All Trades is Jules' channel. Sleuthie Goosie is who she is. Of course, the Drunk Turkey Show. Publicly Buzzed is Dan and Steve. Let me see. I swear to God, I keep forgetting somebody. I don't know who it would be. Somebody help me here. If I'm forgetting somebody, please throw them up there for me. From Cleveland and hate the Browns. A lot of people do, Micah. Don't feel bad. I have no choice. Who are all the mods in here? There should be a few in here. Steelers. Oh, Annie. I thought we were friends. Good Lord. Dude, what are you doing, Daniel? You paying people off to say go Steelers in here or what? We got a Bengals fan in here, too. How about that one? Sane. P. Fox, good to see you. Vikings. I played football with a Viking in high school. He ended up going to the Vikings. Sadly, he passed away. His name was Corey Stringer. He ended up having heat exhaustion, and he passed away at practice before the games even started, guys. We got a Bears fan, a Chiefs. I know she's not in here today. I just love Tomlin. I get it. Raven. Oh, no. No, Ravens fans in here. Sorry, can't do that. I do not like the Steelers, but I just can't stand the Ravens because Art Modell sold the real Browns to the Ravens, and after that, nope, couldn't do it. Go Broncos, go Chiefs. Hey, it's coming up, folks. We got another month. The Bears. Can't stand football, Brandy. What? We got Dolphins fans. All right, guys. It's coming. It's coming. There's Joel's link, guys. Thank you. All right. All right, guys. Now, let me show you this. Now, one of the things that Ann Taylor had brought up was wanting the training records, background records on 3 specific police officers, okay? She did request it. And it is something that, you know, she stated a point as to why she wanted it. Well, we did get a story about a whole story. Sleuthie covered that, actually, and brought that to light for us. Once again, thank you, Sleuthie, about an ISP officer by the name of Gary Tollison, ISP specialist, okay? I don't have a whole lot on it. I'm working on it, guys. I was supposed to have more, and I just didn't have time. Last night really screwed me up. I'm just giving you guys a little update on this stuff. I'm sure there's going to be other creators, along with myself, that are going to bring more out about this because it's interesting. Yep, Corey Stringer. I played football alongside him, you guys. We were on the same team in high school. He was a right tackle. I was an outside linebacker. There's the Buzz Brothers. There's their link. Absolutely, guys. Feral Fridays over at the Buzz Shop are great. I hope to be on that show again. I have a blast soon. I'm trying to get them over here. Shaz Benda. Thank you very much for that. Thank you so very much for that. I appreciate you. And right, let me get this back up here. I'm sorry. Uno momento. There we go. And thank you, Shaz. You are appreciated. And as I was saying, nope, I went to Warren G. Harding High School in Warren, Ohio. I do not live there now. Judgmental. I'm so glad I found your channel as well as the Evil CJ have the best crowds. True crime. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you found my channel as well. I wonder where Dolphin is at today. Am I missing her? What did you put up? What comment did you make, Sonoma? Don't, guys, if you would, unless it's a really dramatic comment or really nasty comment, try not to block it. In case it was maybe misunderstood. Yeah, go ahead and make the comment again, Sonoma. Sometimes people click these things accidentally in a quick way. Throw it back up there, Sonoma. You're fine. I went to Warren G. Harding High School during the G-Funk era. Oh, yeah. So did I. What year did you graduate, Dimensions? It was on. Yeah, it is on. No, you read that wrong. Shattered. I went to Warren G. Harding High School during. Oh, yeah, I did. The G-Funk era. That's right. I see what you're saying. G-Funk step to this, I tell ya. Warren G. All right, guys, I'm getting there. Let me check this again. Strike first. Oh, you're right, bud. How did I miss that? There we go. That would change this. All right. Thank you, Strike. I appreciate you, buddy. All right, moving forward. No, I don't believe they were the first 3 on the scene. That's what I believe we all thought, 13 Ran. We all figured and thought that they were going to be the first three on scene, but they ended up not being. They ended up, one of them is an ISP, at least one that we know of. Regulators, mount up. That's right. Absolutely. Thank you, Strike. I appreciate you, bro. All right, so back to what I was trying to show you guys. No, where'd it go? Here it is. All right, so 2022, full name, Gary Tollison, L, job title, ISP specialist, yet ISP specialist, salary statistic, blah, blah, blah. Annual wage is $88,420 a year. Not that we really need to know that, but this is who he is, Idaho State Police. And like I said, I don't know, but this is just an overview real quick to let you know who he is. 2020, he was employed at the Idaho State Police and had an annual salary of $79,006. According to the public records, his salary is 35% higher than an average and 32% higher than median salary in Idaho State Police. All right, okay. The year 2022, number of employees 560, annual average wage is $67,774. Median annual wage is $67,538. In 2021, he was employed. Idaho State had an annual salary at $82,534, according to public records. 30. Yeah, we just covered that one. Sorry. In 2017, oh no, we didn't. Back it up. So his salary was up to $82,534, according to public records, and it's 32% higher than average. Okay, we did cover that one. In 2017, Tollison was employed by Idaho State Police and had an annual salary of $73,798, 28% higher than the average, 30% higher than median. In 2019, Tollison was employed at Idaho State Police and had an annual salary of $80,251, according to public records. It's 27% higher than the average and 25% higher than median. So this guy has always carried a higher salary, is what this is based on. 18, it was 76,000, 34% higher. 22 is 88,420, 30% higher. That was 2016. 67,000. 2015, 63,000, boom. And here we go. This is what this gentleman has been accused of and why he's being looked into. Boise, Idaho, June 2022, term, opinion filed. August 31st of 22, Melanie Gagwing was the clerk. The state of Idaho versus Daniel Lee Moore. Dr. Daniel Lee Moore. Okay, let me explain this to you. Appeal from the district court of the, here, let me blow it up just a tidbit for you guys. Yeah, that's the point. Way over average, guys, and it's kind of crazy. More in G, that's right. G-Funk era. I got what you were saying, buddy. I got it. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me grab this, and I will read this to you. It's kind of interesting if you don't know what this is about yet. All right. Right. I know a lot of people covered this. I don't know if a lot of people got it. I'm here now. Can you hear me? Need to grab something. My fault, guys. So, back to the basics, guys. Appeal from the District Court of the First Judicial District, State of Idaho, Boundary County, Barbara Buchanan District Judge. The decisions of the District Court are reversed in part and affirmed in part. Lawrence G. Watson, Idaho State Attorney General, Boise for appellant. Kenneth Jorgensen argued. Bolton Law, Coeur d'Alene, and respondent Catherine J. Bolton argued. Moeller Justice. Thank you, Patricia. Shelly Belly, good to see you. They did. They ruined this man's life for nothing. Nothing. And the reason why this has become an issue, guys, why Sleuthie brought this up, why Atlanta has covered this, why I'm talking about it, as you see, we're working together, is because this seems so familiar to me, okay? It's good to see you, Sudi. I didn't even notice you were here, dear. Thank you for being here. Oh, it's okay, Annie. You're fine, hon. Yeah, there's a lot of us Ohioans, I'm realizing. So, that's where CJ's originally from, too, Ohio. And what I was saying now is Moeller Justice. So, on August 27th of 2020, police interviewed Dr. Daniel Lee Moore concerning the murder of Brian Drake, who had been shot in his chiropractic office over 5 months earlier. Although Moore invoked his right to an attorney at least 3 times. 3 times, folks, not once, but 3 times, okay? The interrogation continued. Moore eventually confessed to the crime and was charged with second-degree murder, following a defense motion. The district court suppressed the confession after finding that Moore's Miranda rights had been violated. Surprise. The district court later dismissed the case, concluding that because the state had relied on the tainted confession in the preliminary hearing, there was insufficient evidence to support a showing of probable cause. The state appeals from the district court's decision dismissing its case against Moore. On appeal, the state concedes that there was a Miranda violation, but argues that the district court erred in dismissing the case, although the Miranda violation rendered Moore's statements inadmissible in the state's case in chief. The state maintains that the statements could still be used to impeach a claim of innocence by Moore if he were to testify at trial. Addressing the decisions of the district court, the state also argues that 1, there was no due process violation because the district court failed to find a constitutionally prohibited coercion. And the district court erred as a matter of law when it concluded that Moore's will was overborne, and 2, the district court erroneously reviewed the admissibility of the evidence at the preliminary hearing rather than determining if the evidence, in fact, supported the magistrate's probable cause findings. Emphasis in original. Very true, Patty. Let me see here. Make sure nobody's... Let me see something here. I wonder where Manny... Oh, Manny's moving still. All right. Back to it. Facts and background is a murder and gas leak on March 12th of 2020. After finishing up his last patients of the day, Dr. Drake was shot in the back and killed while talking to his wife on his cell phone. The shot came through the window of his chiropractic office in Bonners Ferry, Idaho. The blinds to his office windows were closed, and the autopsy indicates that he was likely sitting. Drake's office is on the same street as the office of another chiropractor, Dr. Moore. When he was first interviewed, Moore, then 63 years old, told police that he was at his friend Mick Mellett's house on the night of the murder. He claimed to have left Mellett's house being ill with diarrhea. to go to his office in search of medicine. When he could not find any, he went back to Mellett's house for Imodium. Moore stated he was with Mellett when the call came in about the shooting. Later, when questioned about his involvement in Drake's death, officers told Moore that investigators had security footage of his truck in the vicinity of the shooting at the time it occurred. He then explained that he was in the area because he had gone to the alley behind his own office to defecate. 3 days after the murder, there was a gas leak in Moore's office. Mellett had passed by the office on his way to breakfast with a friend and noticed Moore's truck in the parking lot. When he returned home, he noticed the truck was still at the office, and since it was unusual for him to be there on Sunday, he used his key to enter Moore's office, and he found Moore getting up from the exam table, appearing woozy. Mellett took Moore outside the building and called to report the gas leak. One second. Yeah, unsolved crimes, it sure does, doesn't it? Police interviewed Fire Chief David Winnie, who responded to the gas leak. He stated that he discovered a gas fitting was just finger tight, noting that this was odd and that he had never seen that before in his experience. Police also interviewed an experienced local rep for Avista, a regional natural gas company with 30 years experience. He opined that the gas fitting was intentionally loosened. Somebody did this on purpose, folks. Heather, good to see you. Teresa Smith, good to see you as well. Awesome. Good stuff. Thank you, Heather. At the time of the shooting, Moore owned a white Toyota Tundra pickup. Law enforcement reviewed security footage from multiple local businesses recorded at the time of Drake's murder. Although the video recordings displayed inconsistent timestamps, some off by several hours, okay, when properly pieced together, police determined that the footage validates a conclusion that Moore's truck was near the scene of the murder at the time it occurred. Idaho State Police, ISP, Detective Sergeant Michael Van Leuven summarized the security footage as follows. We later observed Moore's truck leaving Mellett's house just prior to the shooting. The truck is then seen circling the area where the shooting occurs 2 times, including driving down the area between the 2 buildings directly outside the window where the shooting occurs, and then stopping for several seconds. Dr. Moore's truck then drives north on Main Street from Dr. Drake's office and parks at Dr. Moore's office. After parking, the tail lights flash in a manner consistent with Dr. Moore locking his truck with a keyless remote. A human figure is then seen walking from the direction of Dr. Moore's office toward Dr. Drake's office 1.5 minutes before the shooting occurs. As previously established, the shooting occurs at 7:26 p.m. A human figure is seen walking and then running back from the area of Dr. Drake's office toward Dr. Moore's office 1.5 minutes after the shooting. The lights on the back of Dr. Moore's truck again flash in a manner consistent with Dr. Moore unlocking his truck using the keyless entry. His truck is then seen driving back toward Mellett's house 300 feet away after 5 minutes. Dr. Moore's truck is then seen leaving Mellett's house and driving a circuitous route back toward Dr. Moore's house that conspicuously avoids the crime scene. Moore was first contacted by ISP detectives Richard Alderson and Leslie Lehman regarding Drake's murder on March 24th of 2020. On May 6th, Sergeant Van Leuven and Detective Alderson re-interviewed Moore at his office. No charges resulted from these initial interviews. Okay. Now, as we're hearing, he's basically throwing him on, or I'm sorry. I just read something backwards. Sorry about that, guys. So I was reading something in the chat. After months of investigation, law enforcement sought to interview Moore again without arousing his suspicion that he had become the primary suspect. On August 27th of 2020, Lehman asked Moore to bring his wife's gun to the Boundary County Sheriff's Office. Lehman later testified at the suppression hearing that law enforcement knew that the gun was not the one used in the shooting, but they had requested that he bring the gun simply to get Moore to the Boundary County Sheriff's Office. While Moore waited for the firearms specialist to inspect and photograph the gun, the firearms specialist and the detective who asked him to bring the gun engaged in small talk with Moore. Van Leeuwen entered the room, asked Moore if he could answer a few more questions. Several other officers entered the room and told Moore they were taking him back to a secure area and that he would need to be checked for weapons before entering the secure part of the facility. Lehman told officers that she would hold on to Moore's car keys. Moore did not have his cell phone on his person because he had left it in his car. Van Leeuwen and ISP Detective Gary Tollison, neither of whom were dressed in uniform, took Moore into an interrogation room, which required a key code for entry, and closed the door. Moore entered the room holding a bottle of water. The interrogation began at 2:49 p.m. Almost immediately, the investigators accused Moore of killing Drake, which he denied. Approximately 4.5 minutes into the interrogation, Van Leeuwen stated, "I need to advise you of your Miranda rights, too, just because we are in a police station." Van Leeuwen and Tollison then outlined the evidence the police had gathered, placing Moore's truck at the scene of the murder. Van Leeuwen explained the difference between a premeditated killing, which would result in a first-degree murder charge, and blindly shooting through a window, which would result in a lesser charge, and told Moore this is your opportunity to pick which one it is. Moore stated he did not know Drake and did not shoot him. This is quite an interesting scenario, by the way, folks. Van Leeuwen said, "If you don't explain to us your intent when we infer your intent based on what we see, then we infer, which is first-degree murder." Moore responded, "Well, I didn't shoot him, and I'm sorry, but that's what it is. So I guess if you're going to do that, then I need to get an attorney." Van Leeuwen said, "Okay," and Tollison and Van Leeuwen immediately began packing up their things to leave. Moore then asked what the point was in having him bring the gun down, to which Van Leeuwen said they needed an excuse to have him come to the police station. Van Leeuwen told Moore that they were in the middle of interviewing Mick again and that Mick's house and business were being searched. Van Leeuwen then asked, "Do you have a cell phone on you?" Moore responded, "No," and told him it is in the car. Van Leeuwen said, "Okay, sit tight and we'll be right back with you." "Okay, I'm going to terminate this interview at 3:05. Van Leeuwen and Tollison then left the room. Van Leeuwen testified at the suppression hearing that he terminated the interrogation because it sounded to me like he asked for a lawyer. And he spent the next 45 minutes replaying the interview and consulting with officers about how to proceed. One of the officers Van Leeuwen consulted was Assistant Chief Fryan. Make sure you guys are good. Van Leeuwen eventually decided to continue the interrogation and allowed Ryan, who knows Moore from their many years in the Bonners Ferry community, to question Moore. After Moore was left sitting in the interrogation, sorry guys, where did that go? Interrogation room alone for approximately 41 minutes, Ryan entered the room and began interrogating Moore. Approximately 14 and a half minutes into this interrogation with Ryan, 1 hour and 14 minutes into the entire interrogation, Moore said, "I need to talk to an attorney then." Ryan responded, "Okay, I understand. Then we're done. I know a minute ago you said, I think, but now sick, SIC, I'm sorry. You're telling me you want to talk to an attorney. You don't want to talk to me anymore. Moore replied, well, I just no. Ryan said, no. I want you to say that because it's important, Daniel. You can't, I think this, I think that. Brother, I don't want to do anything to violate anything here. You know why I'm here. Importantly, as the district court noted at this point, Moore had never actually said, I think, rather than he had unequivocally stated, I need to talk to an attorney here then. Nevertheless, Ryan continued to seek clarification on whether Moore would rather speak to him or an attorney. Assistant Chief Ryan, okay, I'm trying to do the best unintelligible to fix this thing I can. Daniel Moore says, yeah. Ryan says, okay, I've painted the best picture I can for you, and I've asked for your help on this, but you have to be clear. I can only talk to you if you want to talk to me. Do you understand, Daniel? Moore says, yeah. Ryan says, okay, but if I walk out, that's it. You're not seeing me anymore, all right? So I'm going to leave this then. Is that, excuse me. So I'm going to leave this then. Is that what you're saying? Moore says, I'm just saying that there's a reason I went to Mellett's to get the Imodium because I had diarrhea. Okay then. Or Ryan says, okay. Moore says, and so I don't know why that's such a hard thing for people to understand. It's not a made-up story. I had diarrhea. This is ridiculous that he has to explain this like this. Ryan says, okay. Moore says, and if so, I don't know. Oh, wait, I did that already. I'm sorry. Ryan says, okay, Dan, you and I both know why, because of what you're thinking of, what you're doing, and how it makes you sick to your stomach, because you have a good heart. Okay. You did something stupid, but again, I can't heal. I can't make these phone calls. I can't talk to the paper with anything unless you say you want to talk to me. All right. You want to talk to me or not? Yes or no? Moore says, I think I need to talk to an attorney. Ryan says, well, you're doing that again. You say, I think. All right, brother. Okay. I'm going to go. Okay. Moore says, but I really do appreciate you. And Ryan says, it's done. Moore says, yeah. Ryan says, it's over. Okay. Ryan then stood up to leave. Before he could exit the room, Moore re-engaged Ryan, asking him, so what do I do? The following conversation occurred while Ryan was standing by the door. Ryan says, well, they're gonna unintelligible. I'm pulling myself out. Okay. I got healing to do. I have work I gotta go do now. Okay. Moore says, thank you. Ryan says, you're welcome. At this point, Moore says, yes, sir. Ryan says, one unintelligible. One more. I want the truth. Moore says, unintelligible, two. Like, to what, Ryan says, I want the truth. Moore says, you want me to admit that? Ryan says, I want you to admit the truth, but geez, Dan, you're killing me, Dan. Okay, buddy. Moore says, without an attorney, you want me to talk and say something. Ryan says, well, again, no, I don't want you to do anything you don't want to do. All I want to do is go say, I want to tell my community the truth. That's what I want to do. Okay. And I feel dirty, and I feel like, this is I'm not trying to pull stuff from you, anything but the truth. I know you're a good man, and I asked these guys, please let me talk to him. Okay. Because you're a good man, and I know that if you can fix this, you want to fix it. There's only one answer, and that's the truth. There's only one thing right now in the world, and that's the truth. Moore says, that's right. Ryan says, that's all that matters, okay? Moore says, that's right. Again, Ryan says, okay, our community deserves it, that family deserves it, and your lineage, your memory of yourself, what you pass on matters, okay? And so what happens when I walk out this door is then you're going to be going to jail. All right, brother? And that's just the way it's going to go. Moore says, even if I say what you want me to say, Ryan says, I want you to say the truth. And Moore says, and even if Ryan says, explain it. And Moore says, the truth. Ryan says, yeah. Moore says, I'm still going to jail. Ryan says, yeah, but you're going to jail with a whole lot more explanation, okay? A whole lot more explanation. So that's where I'm at, okay, brother? And I can't get an attorney here. I can get an attorney here. And you can explain it to him if you want, or however you want to do it. But you have to want to tell us, because I want to know. You got to be booked for something. You got to be held accountable, right? Moore says, right. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Keep losing my place here. There's a lot of words run together. And, oh, here we go. Ryan says, if you make a mistake, you have to be held accountable. Do you ever spank your kids? Moore says, absolutely. Ryan says, okay, that's how we teach accountability. Well, we're big boys now, right? So you have to be held accountable. The community owes that. But this is you stepping forward saying, I effed up. Here's what I did wrong. Here's what I'm saying. Ryan says, okay, all right. So where's it really treacherous? So it's really treacherous waters here. Unintelligible talking. You and me, but brother, I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do. I tried my best to help you see the light. Okay. Moore says, no, I see what you're saying. Ryan says, okay. Moore says, Ryan says, do you want to say it? If you want to say it, just say it. Get it off your chest and be done with it. Whatever happens, happens. But just get it off your chest if that's what you want to do. Ryan then made assurance to Moore, but I promise you this. If you do, I promise you I'll go talk to him about booking we're looking at. I promise you that. And if it won't be first-degree murder, I can guarantee, Moore said, I see what you mean. Moore asked if he could use the bathroom. Ryan said, yeah, hold on 1 second. Ryan exited the room. Okay. Let me check something here, guys, making sure you're all right. All right. Emma. William M. It's been too long. Okay. I'm doing good, William. Doing good. Thanks for jumping in, buddy. All right, Heather. I'm not going to go too much longer with this. If I have to, I'll continue tomorrow. Joanne says Officer Tollison was one of the first okay, so that is how that works. Okay, sorry about that. He was one of the first officers on scene in Moscow, Idaho, who interviewed key witnesses and collected key evidence and signed lab reports. Well, there you go, guys. That tells you a little bit there. So they were basically ignoring what he was saying about the attorney and everything, guys, if you caught that. Okay, he keeps talking over and reconvincing him that this is what he needs to do. It's kind of sad. You want to read it, Anna? Please do, dear, because my mouth, I probably read too slow. I'm sorry. Come on up, dear. You can read. I love your voice anyway. You have a very beautiful accent. Come on up. I'll let you read. You guys are probably going nuts listening to me stutter through all this.
Oops, I think I need to move this here.
All right. Can you see it? How are you? Can you see it okay?
I'm good. How are you? I can see it. Where did you stop?
I stopped right. You can just start up here where it says Assistant Chief right there.
Assistant Chief, Police Chief Ryan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, there it is. Daniel says, so that's Ryan says, yeah, I understand, buddy. Moore says, it's Moore or more? More?
More, yeah, more.
Okay. That doesn't mean I don't want to talk to you. Ryan says, I know, buddy. I understand, okay? Okay. Moore says, and that's the only thing that I'm saying, because it's like just because I circled that block doesn't mean I causing some guy trying to kill him. Ryan says, Daniel, wow. Okay, buddy. Just okay. We're done. We're done. I can't fucking talk to you anymore, Daniel. Okay, buddy? Ryan then left the room and Tollison entered with Moore's request water and blanket. Moore asked Tollison what would happen if his car and belongings what would happen with his car and belongings. Tollison informed him that would tow his vehicle and that search warrants were currently being served for his house, vehicle, and office. 1 hour and 28 minutes into the interview, Moore then asked Tolson, Can I ask to Ryan one more time? Ryan re entered the room and began speaking with Moore once again. Ryan, okay, the, the detective asked me to come in here. Please tell me I'm back here for the right reason. Moore says, What should I do if I don't have an attorney and I tell you something and I am right? I mean, and it that just seems right. Already, like, I still would like to talk to you, but it's like Ryan said, I'm sitting here with my favorite doctor, more across the table from me. One of the nicest men I've ever known, and I know what you did. Ryan repeatedly told Moore he was asking for the truth and wanted the why. Ryan reminded Moore of his history with and love for the town. Moore maintained he did not even know Drake. Ryan continued. You can scroll down. Am I going too fast?
No, you're fine, hon. You're doing great.
Ryan continued questioning Moore, asking him to explain why he walked into the alley. Sorry, and
You're okay.
encouraging him to talk to me what happened, just to explain it, just get it out, be done with it, please. Moore insisted he went into the alley because he really did have to take a crap. Ryan continued to press Moore. Ryan says, I'm not going to do this anymore. You keep asking them to talk to me and ask me to come back in here. You I'm only gonna talk to you then if and I have the relationship of honesty. I've been honest with you. More. Yes, sir. Ryan. Okay, only gonna talk. You asked me to come back in here. Why did you ask me to come back in here? What did what did you call me back in here for, Daniel? Dr. Moore? Moore, I guess just because I wanted to talk to you. Ryan explained that the police knew it was Moore who killed Drake and that without Moore's confession as to why he did it, they would charge him with first degree murder. After Ryan again told Moore that you called me in here for nothing, he said her, but it's here for nothing. Moore said, and if I have an attorney, just hear me out, Marty. How am I gonna plead to anything if I'm sitting there spilling my guts to you and I don't have an attorney that gives me my rights? Ryan responded, Okay, that's again, see, you understand, Daniel. You keep saying this. I can't answer that question. How do you do that? I don't know, okay? I know what we have right now, and the only person who can change what we have right now is you, all right? And so you have to decide how. If you want to change what we have, then change it. But if you mention an attorney and you keep on doing it, if you mention it, I'm just because and it's a right. You have a right to an attorney, But when I leave, then you call me back in here, say, I want to talk to you again. Well, then we restart everything again. I come back up here. What do you want then? Because I just want to heal my town. I want to call the wife and tell her this was just a bad mistake. I want to do something, okay? And so I'm hurting here too, buddy. Approximate, I don't know how to pronounce this word, guys. So,
Approximately.
yeah, 1 hour and 43 minutes from the start of the interrogation, Moore made his first incriminating statement to Ryan. I did not go there to murder him. As the interrogation continued, Moore ultimately confessed to killing Drake. The total interrogation time from the time Van Leuven started the interview at 2:49 p.m. Lasted approximately 3 hours. Moore was then booked and placed in the Boundary County Jail on the charge of second-degree murder.
It's interesting. All right.
Intense, though. That's intense.
Yeah, it is. You want me to take over, or are you still good?
I'm good. If you think I'm good, I can
Oh,
go.
you're doing great. You sound great.
Okay, let me clear my throat.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Moore appeared before the magistrate court on October 2nd, 2020, for his preliminary hearing. Prior to the preliminary hearing, Moore moved to exclude all the statements he made during the August 27th, 2020 interrogation after he first invoked his right to counsel. The magistrate court decided to hear all the evidence before ruling on the motion. The state informed the magistrate court that if it suppressed Moore's statements from his interrogation, it would move to proceed with admitting additional evidence showing the route Moore struck traveled through the crime scene. The state further explained that if the magistrate court did not suppress Moore's statements, then it would not need to bring in the additional evidence. The state called Van Leuven to testify before moving to the issue regarding the can you help me? Admissibility of
Uh,
the confession.
admissibility, yes.
Of the confession. After hearing the evidence from the interrogation, the magistrate court ruled that there were no grounds to grant the motion to suppress the confession because Moore had reinitiated a custodial
Custodial interrogation, yeah.
interrogation with Ryan when he asked to talk to him 1 hour and 28 minutes into the interview. The magistrate court asked the state if it had any other evidence. The state rested. The defense then called Ryan and Van Leuven to testify. At the end of their hearing, the magistrate court asked the state if it wished to call any rebuttal witnesses. The state declined. The magistrate court found that the state had met its burden of proof and established probable cause. The magistrate court then bound Moore over to the district court. Moore's arraignment before the district court was held November 5th, 2020. Moore entered a not guilty plea. Once in district court, Moore again moved to suppress all statements made by him during the August 27th, 2020 custodial interrogation prior to the reading of his Miranda rights, and all statements made after he invoked his right to counsel. The state objected, arguing that Moore had reinitiated contact with law enforcement when he asked to speak to Ryan again. The suppression hearing was held January 14th, 2021. The defense called Van Leuven, Lehman, and
Lay-
Moore. Say it again.
Layman.
Lehman, and Moore to testify. On February 12th, 2021, the district court entered a memorandum decision and order granting defendants' motion to suppress. The district court concludes that Moore was subjected to a custodial interrogation from the start of his interview with Van Leeuwen and Tollison, when he was taken into secure area of the Boundary County Sheriff's Office. The district court concludes that since the officers did not read Moore his Miranda rights before questioning him, all statements made by Moore from the start of the interrogation until his Miranda rights were read must be suppressed. The district court further determined that Moore unequivocally, I don't know,
Unequivocally.
thank you,
No problem.
invoked his. Just need to scroll down. Yeah. A little bit more, please. Invoked his rights to counsel approximately 15 minutes into the interrogation when he stated, "Well, I didn't shoot him, and I'm sorry, but that's what it is. So I guess if you're going to do that, then I need to get an attorney." Emphasis in original. The district court concludes that the police failed to cease questioning when Moore
Unequivocally. Yep.
thank you, invoked his rights to counsel. Van Leeuwen asked Moore if he had a cell phone on his person. Moore said his phone was in his car. Van Leeuwen told him to sit tight. He terminated the interview, and the two detectives, oh God, that's so difficult to read now. Two detectives left the room. Moore was left seated alone in the interview room for 45 minutes. Then Van Leeuwen, instead of cutting off questioning, sends in Assistant Police Chief Ryan, who knows Moore from their many years in the Bonners Ferry community, to continue the interrogation of Moore. Moore had not asked to talk to Ryan. Ryan entered the room and continued the interrogation of Moore without ever mentioning Moore's request for an attorney. Should I continue? It's too long, isn't it?
It is very long. There's a lot to it. You know, we can pick this up tomorrow because we've been live for quite a while. So, thank you very much for that, Anna. I appreciate it.
No problem. See you in the chat. Love you. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. So that's where we're at with this, guys. And this does tell you, as you see this, it's everything was done wrong as far as I'm concerned. I'm just saying it's a bad situation. This is why Ann Taylor is looking at this. I feel the same way, Patty, that he is the key to this case here at Lone. And I think that when Sleuthie brought this out, she's showing you the reasoning why Ann Taylor is doing this. Okay. And this officer was the same officer that was one of the first officers to be in this case, guys. It's kind of crazy. So there it is, guys. We will come back to this tomorrow. I thank you guys so much for being here with us today. Thank you all once again for all your support. You guys are awesome, awesomely amazing people, guy. Yes. Thank you, Anna, so very much. You have a wonderful accent and a great voice. So I appreciate you so very much. Welcome, Dolphin. Good to see you, dear. No worries about being late, hon. No problem. And that's the big thing, guys. He was at the autopsy. He questioned people. He made decisions on tips. Okay. Kind of interesting, to say the very least, in my opinion. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. M. I appreciate you, dear. Guys, thank you for supporting me the way you did yesterday, last night, today. Thank you for those of you that are supporting Sleuthie in the way that you are. And guys, just thank you all for supporting all of us here in this community. We all appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing people. I love you guys to death. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day. I'm sure I will see you out and about at all the other places we're going to be tonight, guys. Have a great, great rest of your day, folks. I love you to death. And I will see you guys on the other side. Don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other. See you soon.